العلي الكبير الحفيظ المقيم الحسيب الجليل الكريم الرقيب المجيب الواسع الحكيم الودود المجيد الباعث الشهيد الحق الوكيل القوي المتين الولي الحميد المحسن المبدع المعيد المحيي المميت الحي القيوم الواجد الماجد الواحد الصمد القادر المقتدر المقدم المؤخر الأول الآخر الظاهر الباطن الوالي المتعالي البار التواب المنتقم العفو الرؤوف مالك الملك ذو الجلال والإكرام المقسط الجامع الغني المغني المانع الضار النافع النور الهادي البديع الباقي الوارث الرشيد الصبور الذي ليس كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير اللهم صل أفضل الصلاة على أسعد المخلوقات كسيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم عدد معلوماتك ومداد كلماتك كلما ذكرك ذاكرون وغفل عن ذكره الغافلون.
Let's lead the way, lighten the future, share the wisdom to the spirit of Islam. Revelation and reason, we shall excel, we shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge, we the Khalifa, we will fulfill the amanah. Together we make the world a better place. Forever expand the culture of Iqra. IUN is to realize the meaning of Ramadan al-Amin. Together we make the world a better place. Forever expand the culture of Iqra. IUN is to realize the meaning of mercy to all worlds for mankind.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, with the blessings by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we are able to gather virtually to attend this postgraduate Ta'aruf Week for semester 2 2022-2023. Before I proceed with this session, might as well I would like to know some of you. Please, those who have graduated from IUM before, can you maybe raise your hands? Reaction? Anyone from IUM before? All right, we have 2 people here. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, a lot of you here were IIM students, Alhamdulillah. To new postgraduate students, I would like to first of all extend our warm welcomes. Postgraduate Student Society, IIM's warm welcomes to the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue. And for those of you who graduated your bachelor's, and your master's degree here, welcome back. This postgraduate Ta'aruf Week is conducted to provide all here with the necessary information and knowledge as you embark on this exciting new chapter in your academic journey within our community of scholars, researchers, and innovators. Throughout your time here, hopefully you will be challenged to think critically, to conduct rigorous research, to make meaningful contributions within your field while working alongside leading experts and collaborate with peers from diverse backgrounds and perspectives. May Allah grant you all the strength and fortitude to complete this journey. Now, for today's proceedings, there will be 2 sessions. There will be 2 distinguished sections. There will be morning session and an afternoon session. There will be 4 sessions today, 3 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. And without any further ado, let's kick off the day with a speech from our rector, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak. Now, I was informed that Professor Tan Sri is unable to join us today. He is currently in Oman, but nevertheless, he left us with a message. So please do enjoy.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu asyrafil anbiya mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Greeting of peace to all listeners, particularly graduate students of IUM. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to this university and to praise Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala for giving us this opportunity to meet and to discuss a little bit about the university before you go fully into the courses that you are enrolled for. I would like to start off by showing you the performance of the university for the last few years so that you can have some idea of what is it that you need to do as a graduate student. So let's have this 5 minutes video to inform you of what university is all about, what we have done, and what we hope to achieve even further with your assistance as being graduate student in this university.
The winner of the Sustainability Institution of the Year International Green Gown Awards for a small institution goes to International Islamic University Malaysia.
Okay, after seeing that video, perhaps now you have some idea of what the university is all about and how the university is planning to take you on board as graduate student and to bring you through the journey where we are going to be the university of choice, the university that is well recognized and some institution that you can be proud of in the journey to achieve your goals as a career and also as your own future in the years to come. Now, before that, I would like us to take a moment to remember the tragedy in Turkey, where I think more than 45,000 people has been found dead. We are very sad about this, and therefore we extend our full heart condolence to them, to those who are involved, particularly to the families who are affected. If they are here in the university, we also would reach out to you in trying to make the best that there is. So for that, we will pause for a while and read Al-Fatiha for them. Amin, 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 Ya Rabbal Alamin. Now, if you were in the university, I think very soon you will be seeing words like khair. The word khair is actually an acronym for Khalifa, Amanah, Rikraq, and Rahmatan lil Alamin. I think some of you may realize that these are words that we take out from our song or our anthem, Leading the Way, just to give you a kind of a summary of what the university is trying to focus on. Now, these four words has its own meaning. When we talk about Khalifa, we meant about leadership or vicegerency, or more accurately about trusteeship. In other words, our role in trying to make whatever that we want to do as far as the university into something which is meaningful and leading the way, as it were. After Khalifa, we have got the word Amanah. Certainly, Amanah, everybody knows, it is about trust, trustworthiness, and it's based on values of how we actually become people who are most trustworthy with full integrity and making life meaningful as far as education is concerned. And that directly goes to the third word, which is Iqra. It is about not just recitation, it's also about understanding, it's also about reflection, and more importantly, it's about translation. How do you put this knowledge that you have gathered into something that is beneficial to other people around you, including yourself, of course, but not only within the university, but also beyond the university, into the community around us. And for some of you, may even want to reach to the community at home if that is possible. And last but not least, we have the word Rahmatan lil Alamin, which means that there is no limits as far as the university is concerned in trying to do good deeds, not only to the Muslims, Ummah, not only to certain sectors, but covering everybody around the world, including humanity, Muslim, non-Muslim, human life and non-human life, the environment, and so on and so forth. Finally, that will be the impact as far as reaching out to people around us is concerned. So these four elements, I think, is something that will remind us all the time and what it means to us. When we talk about leading the way, being a Khalifa, we want to talk about how unique are some of the activities that we do. In other words, we do not want to repeat or to follow other people just for the sake of following. We have our own ideas of what education is all about. We talk about humanizing education, for example. There are standards, there are benchmarks, and there are contexts that we need to fulfill. So those are the issues that I think we will look at when we talk about leading the way or being Khalifa in this particular context, certainly within the ambits of Islam, the Quran, and the Sunnah, as it were. When we talk about amanah, we're talking about a kind of a lifestyle. How is it that we can make this as natural as possible, as part and parcel of learning and living at the same time? What is it that is permissible? What is it that is preferred? And what is it that needs to be taken out or not even being attempted as a kind of prohibition because it breaches morality, it breaches ethics, and is also against the spirit of Islam, as it were. And Iqra, as I've mentioned, is about the integration of knowledge. It is how to create a balanced and a harmonious person so that at the end of the day, the values that we exhibit are the values that show how Islamic we are and how Muslim actually ought to live their life given the education that you have in this university. And last but not least, when you talk about Rahmatan lil Alameen, as I mentioned, the impact not only at the local level, but preferably at international and the global level at the same time. You being an international student would want to convey this meaning to far and wide wherever you come from. So these four elements are the elements that I think we will take as a kind of a guideline as far as the university is concerned and as far as your behavior, your thinking process, and also your worldview is concerned, that all of this at the end of the day must be integrated into what we call the Sejahtera Academic Framework. The Sejahtera Academic Framework is the document that spells out what the university wants to do and how the university wants to achieve it. And this is the framework that brings all these things together into one idea as how we together should be able to realize what education in this university is all about, be it undergraduate, be it postgraduate, or be it even beyond that postgraduate. So therefore, the understanding of the Sejahtera Academic Framework, it is important. And I think more importantly is the word Sejahtera, because most of you are not familiar with this local word Sejahtera, as we call it. Now, I just want to explain it very briefly to you what the word Sejahtera is all about. It is about how to create balanced, harmonious, coexistence within ourselves, within our environment, within fellow human beings, and certainly within our own belief with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So the first thing that we need to do is how to balance our way of life. The things that you do externally and the thing that you do privately is something that you need to balance. So the word S, the first S means seimbang in Malay. It also talks about how do we make our life into a balanced way of looking at it. At the end of the day, A is about akhlaq, the behavior, how it can be exhibited or manifested in the behavior that you do. So these two needs to be balanced, and it is almost like taking a bicycle. If you want to ride the bicycle and move forward, you must be in a balance. If you cannot balance on a bicycle, you will never be able to ride a bicycle. You will not be able to move forward. So moving forward, which is important, but it must be done in a balanced way. So these are two aspects that you need to think about when you do your work. How do you balance it with other life that is also incumbent upon you, your religious duty, your social duty, and so on and so forth, not just your academic duty as such. The second reminder, therefore, is about ethics. E is about ethics, and R in Malay is about rohani, which is about spirituality. Ethics, I'm sure you know, it is governed by a set of value that is permissible within Islam, that is set of value that is preferred in Islam, that has to mirror the kind of spirituality that Islam promoted. So you need to balance between these two so that you are sure that your morality or your values remain the way it is within the realm of ethics. The question of corruption, the question of plagiarism in the academic world, the question of doing something which is prohibited by Islam is something that I think we need to consider very seriously so that spiritually we also remain in a balance. That's a second set of balance that you talked about within ethics and spirituality. The third balance is about being physical and emotional. Physical, you can find out that, many things that we do, we will try to create a balance as far as health is concerned. You do jogging, for example. There is something which is, encouraged so that we remain physically healthy. But now, more increasingly, we are talking about not only being physically healthy, but we're also talking about being emotionally healthy. So the depiction that I can see here, sometimes our emotions are not as stable as the physical sort of side of it. We go depressed, probably we are not happy, and something that needs to be done. And how do you balance between these two, being physical and being emotional at the same time, so that your emotion will not be subjected to your physical being, or vice versa, yet they can live together to make you a kind of a holistic, balanced, and harmonious person. The fourth set of the balance is about intellectual. We in this university encourage you to be independent in terms of your thinking, so that we can break new ground, so that we can be creative. But yet at the same time, you want to make sure that you remain within the ambit of being God conscious. In other words, what is prohibited, what is encouraged is something that you will take into consideration, although you want to be intellectually or what you call academically independent in voicing your opinion or in giving other views, but you must not go beyond being God consciousness as such. And last but not least, if this is done, then we will receive the last dimension of being harmonious. So all this thing is something that I want just to alert you that when we talk about Sejahtera, it is about creating this balance throughout your lifetime. The way you live, the way you think, the way you interact with other people, the kind of decision that we make, all this must remain in a balance. Once this balance is achieved, then I think education is nearing the kind of outcome that we talked about. So the word Sejahtera has this meaning. So when you talk about the Sejahtera academic framework, it means that how do you, through education, through your academic work, arrive at the state of harmonious and balance. And once this is happening, yeah, we will now create a kind of society that is very civilized, that is very value-based, that is also very sensitive to its environment. And this relates back to the mission of the university, which talk about the vision of the university, to talk about betterment of human life and civilization. And the word civilization is reflected in this word Madani, which is now being introduced by the Prime Minister to create a very civilized environment, very civilized society, and certainly a very civilized nation, if not the world as such. So once this becomes part and parcel of your lifestyle, you will find that at the end of the day, our life remains a very peaceful, stress-free, and also a life that could communicate with people around us. This is very important in your studies because you want a very conducive environment so that your education will not be affected, so that your focus will remain within the kind of work that you do, so that whatever stressful event that's happening to you is something that you can resolve on your own, because now you know what it is. The purpose for education is to find what the truth is all about, yeah? And this must be done in a very sincere way, in other words, a very honest and very ethical way, but yet you don't sacrifice the need to be courageous. In other words, if you need to speak about it, although it may sound offensive sometimes, you want to do it because that is a way to search for information or to seek for the truth, as it were. These are the values that I think at the end of the day that we want to manifest. And when these values are manifest, then we are in line with what the ministry or the government or even the world is trying to advocate today. And in other words, it is part and parcel of the lifestyle that we must have as a student and eventually as a person who are educated in a very balanced and harmonious way. So I hope you get this idea of what Sejahtera means. Some of you may wonder, what is this word is all about? It is a Malay word. It is a culturally rooted word, but yet it has its own religious meaning, and it is not different from what we talk about peace in the context of Islam in general, right? So at the end of this Sejahtera, the passage will be about how do you create an individual with high moral values, has got a high sort of principle as far as character and ethics is concerned, which becomes the hallmark of a successful education. Right? And in that sense also, I want just to remind you, as the Prime Minister said, we do not want to be forced into many things that we want to do. We want to work a way in such a way that we meet our own target. So the question of recently, the question of ranking, for example, if this ranking is done by other people that force us into something that we do not believe in, then as the Prime Minister said, we must be worried. We must be weary, of the forced goals in top universities in Malaysia. In other words, there must be both excellence and soul. As we create excellence, we do not want to sacrifice the soul, in other words, the values, the ethics, the morality that we talked about. How do you combine this together? And that, I think, is the difference between IIUM with many other universities, that we don't talk just about the physical output or the physical outcome or the physical achievement. We are also very concerned about the internal emotion and also the psychological dimension that makes us a true Muslim, that makes us the responsible Khalifah as well to move forward for rahmatan lil alamin. Right? So the academic framework has a number of components. I just want to highlight the 4 dimensions that we think it is important. In this academic framework, we encourage empowerment. In other words, students must be given the liberty to think, maybe differently, maybe creatively, so that we can find different way of looking at things as a form of a solution to the problems that we have today. So be empowered. In other words, use your mind, use your thinking power to find out what else is new that needs to be attended to, rather than just following the way and not, providing new solutions. We want you to go beyond those boundaries to find what the solutions are. And therefore, you have some flexibility. You are allowed to think within a certain dimension. What are the areas that you want to go into as far as education is concerned, especially when we talk about integrated education, especially when we talk about inclusiveness? What are the areas that is normally not considered conventional to that particular discipline? How do you bring this in? We have got a kuliah that talks about revealed knowledge and human sciences that could be integrated. We were also interested in talking about how do you integrate the science and the arts, for example. How do you bring religious value in that discussion of science and arts when it comes to looking or solving problems? Or how do you combine dominant language, which is basically the Western language, on our own indigenous language, the local, the traditional language, that also have a meaningful role as far as combining these two knowledge is concerned. So that is a kind of flexibility that we will allow you. In fact, that we expect from you, so that you can be innovative. That's the third point. Innovative in the sense of exploring whatever is possible in the world of education, in the world of information. How do you actually make this innovation impactful? How is it that it could benefit more than just one people or a segment of people? And how it could be then used for other contexts also at the same time. But on top of all this, what is important is accountability. Whatever you do, you must be accountable for it. In other words, you must be truly responsible for the knowledge that you are creating, for the knowledge that you are disseminating, and also for the solution that you are offering to other people. Our role in university, particularly in this university, as I've mentioned just now, about rahmatan lil alamin, conveying as many things as possible to the whole world as such, not only confined to any individual group or any individual segment or any individual committee, but try to explore this as wide as possible in the context of rahmatan lil alamin. And for that, I think we must be highly accountable. If you are not accountable, maybe you will create a lot more problems, and that problems will cause a lot more disruption, not only to our life, but sometimes to our community at the same time. For example, the pandemic is one example. So on that note, I hope you have a sense of what this university is all about. The university have done some good work, but we continue to do the good work. but we want to continue on the basis of what we understand as far as education is concerned, and that is where I think the four elements of khair, amanah, ikraq, and rahmatan lil alamin come into being and brought in within the structure of the Sejahtera academic framework that emphasizes on empowerment, being flexible, being innovative, yet remains accountable. So let me thank you once again for your time and your attention. I think this is just a small tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more I think you'll be exposed to as you are into university. But let's start with this thinking so that we can move forward as a group that is responsible for the future of only not ourselves, but our community and the world at large. So wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Director, for the message. Inshallah, hopefully we are able to implement the elements of khair as well as be guided by the concept of sejahtera in our respective researches and also studies. Next, I would like to move on to invite the Dean of Center Postgraduate Studies, IIUM, Professor Dr. Ida Madiha binti Abdul Ghani Azmi, to deliver her welcoming remarks. Madam?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I thank Faiz for the kind introduction, and I welcome all of you to this Ta'aruf session. I was hoping to have a physical session with all of you, but I was told that this semester is going to be an online version rather than a hybrid version. It would be nice to see you all in person, because after all, where else and when else can I get to see you all in person except during Ta'aruf? Anyway, make sure you have lots of activities so that I have the opportunity to meet you in person. Now, you've heard a long explanation from our own rector, Tan Sri Dr. Zul, on the vision and mission of IIUM. IIUM is definitely different from other educational institutions, and I'm sure some of you purposely chose to be in IIUM for that particular reason. He spent quite a bit of time explaining what Sejahtera Academic Framework and Khair is all about. Let me just remind you again why you are here in IIUM and why you should enjoy your journey in IIUM with 10 things to do in IIUM. Now, the first thing, of course, is to know its philosophy and vision and mission. And you've heard that from Tan Sri Zul himself. But one thing that you have to remember, that Islamization is the core of our Sejahtera Academic Framework. And we have just lost our father, the architect of Islamization policy, that is Arwah Tan Sri M. Muhammad Kamal Hassan. And you can see his name when you sang the UIM anthem just now, right? He wrote the lyrics to that song. Now, he's very close to many of us. He's like a personal mentor to all of us. And last night, there was a special session giving tribute to him because we just lost him last week. Now, I also like all of us to spare and read and recite Al-Fatiha to Almarhum Tan Sri Professor Emeritus Muhammad Kamal Hassan. Bismillah. Now, Tan Sri Muhammad Kamal Hassan was the third rector of IIUM. And last week as well, there was a special congress to remember our second rector, which is Abu Hamid Abu Sulaiman. And it was 2 days congress, and we had many visitors from IIIT who came down to give tributes to his thoughts and teachings. These two figures are renowned scholars that has laid down the philosophical architect of IIUM. And I would really encourage you to watch videos on them on YouTube, and you'll be able to discover what they have done to the institution. Now, that's one. The second thing that you need to do is actually to taste the spread of gastronomy splendor that we have here in IIUM. If you are here in person, and I'm sure most of you are here in person, IIUM is known to have a very good spread of dishes from the Middle East to our own nasi lemak, nasi campur, nasi ayam, and including Western and Chinese. Now, of course, good food would definitely trigger good thinking, right? Food for the tummy is good, is basically the resource for, it's like food to the brain as well. So of course you want to be well fed and satisfied in IIUM, and you will enjoy that. The second thing is also to enjoy its beautiful campus, right? The campus is really beautiful. If you look at the architecture itself, it's something that you will find in any other parts of Malaysia, right? It's really one off in Malaysia. It boasts of Islamic architecture, having the mosque as the center or the core of the campus. You need to physically walk from one end to another, right? Either you want to make 5 kilometers trail or 10 kilometers trail, do it on campus by foot, and you will enjoy the Islamic architecture, and you will not find this anywhere in the world. The third thing is, of course, once we talk about vision and mission, and once we talk about SAF and Khair and its IIUM unique educational framework, you also need to know the professors. Now, you're very lucky to have a group of professors who are happy for you to walk in, just knock the door, walk in, say hi, give salam, even at the corridor or when you bump into them, and start talking to them. This is something that you won't find in Ivy League universities, for example, because it's very hard to meet their professors in person. You need to make arrangement, you need to make appointment, in advance before you can talk to the professors. But here in IIUM, many professors are just very humble. They walk around and you bump into them, you can say hi, you can give salam, you can email, and you can start a discussion with any of the professors. Of course, the fifth one is, once you really get into its philosophy and its educational framework, you need to participate in all the discourses that take place in the university. We have discourses on the very theoretical framework of Islamization to the more practical, down-to-earth on political happenings, as well as, research methodology that we organize, CPS organize until the end of the semester. So just get involved in all this discussion, and the discussion can also be in something which is very lively, like exchanging of information between the students, and the campus is actually a lively campus. There are many events that take place on campus, including sports, rewang, and whatnot. Do get involved in all these activities so that you will get the feel of what it's like to be on campus. The sixth one is, of course, to explore the Baitul Hikmah collection. Be physically in the library. I know most of you are contented to sit in front of this screen and just look at everybody's faces as they talk, or retrieve ebooks online, but it's not the same as being in the library. Sit there, walk around, see its collection, and the many rare manuscripts that are housed in the library. Browse the book one by one, shelf by shelf, like I normally do as well when I'm in the library, and you will be able to enjoy, the wealth of literature and printed materials that are there in the library just for your reading pleasure. The eighth one is, of course, to see the physical buildings, right? And I did mention about, Gombak campus with its buildings. But one thing that you also have to know that IIUM house not only just the School of Studies or the faculties as we know it, but we also have all the facilities that you need, ranging from nursery, daycare, play school, college, and we even have our own graveyard. So it's a true manifestation of what we call Minal Mahdi Ilal Lahdi. So it's a true garden where you have everything that you need on campus, right? From birth until your demise from this earth. And of course, last and not least is to get to know your alumnus, because IIUM has given birth to many great luminaries, leaders who are now leading their countries, like Somali president, right? And people who lead organizations around the world. Get to know them, because this will be a good breeding ground for networking and also to motivate yourself so that you be able to reach to that level. And last but not least, get to know the wealth of printed publications that have been published by IIUM, right? We have an IIUM press just in front of the library, and it published a wide range of printed materials that are useful to you. With that, I wish you all the best, and I wish you to enjoy your journey here in IIUM. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor Ida, for the welcoming remarks. First of all, the contributions of Allahyarham Tan Sri Kamal Hassan will not be forgotten, and inshallah we will continue to carry his legacy and wishes. Also, thank you for sharing on what to do in IIUM, especially on the great variety of food here. I can vouch for that, and hopefully it will be a great motivator for those of you who haven't stepped on IIUM campus to come and join us. All right. Now, moving on to the next session, we will have a briefing on Center for Postgraduate Studies. To the audience, for the participants, do note that if you have any questions at all, please do leave a comment on the chat. We will address all of those the questions on the chat at the end of the session if time permits. And without further ado, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Nur Amali bin Muhammad Daud, the Deputy Dean Academic and Internationalization, to lead the briefing. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thank you very much, Brother Faiz, for moderating this session. Prof. Ida, the Dean of CPS, and beloved new students of IIUM. First of all, it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to IIUM. Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban bikum. Congratulations for securing your place for doing your postgraduate study and becoming the family of this garden of knowledge and virtue. And we are here, pray that your intellectual journey will be memorable, fruitful, and enjoyable. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is everything for all of us, right? So my name is Dr. Nur Amali bin Muhammad Daud. Uh, I'm in charge as Deputy Dean Academic and Internalization for Center of Postgraduate Studies. So today I will share with you a glimpse about CPS Center to Administer Postgraduate Affairs at IIUM. So when it comes to postgraduate matters, so CPS will for sure will be in the heart and mind of our postgraduate students. Can you see the slides?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. My briefing today will cover these following items. I will talk about a historical glimpse of the establishment of CPS, strategic focus, philosophy, vision, and mission of CPS. Uh, I will also highlight organizational chart of CPS, key services, online systems, center of studies, and academic programs. I will also highlight scholarship and bursaries activities for our students, new offerings, achievements, as well as our future plans. Regarding the establishment of CPS, it was established on 1st July 2000. And the impetus for establishment of the center is to materialize, coordinate, systematize our postgraduate programs aspired by the IIUM management. And we aspire to be at the forefront of graduate academic advancement, premised on the global outlook and integration of knowledge. So as we are all aware that the pillars, one of the pillars of IIUM is integration of knowledge. We have this triple ICE, and one of the I is integration of knowledge apart from Islamization, internationalization, and comprehensive excellence. So we strives to create an environment which stimulates and encourage both intellectual and social exchange among postgraduate students, the research staff, and faculty members. Our ultimate objective is to ensure that students produce research of the highest quality, thus making significant contributions to the Ummah. We are operating within the strategic missions of IIUM, meaning that we are to commit to a Sejahtera academic framework. So I believe that all of you have been given enlightenment about what is Sejahtera academic framework by Tan Sri Rector. I also believe that you have been enlightenment about the idea of Insan Sejahtera. So we at CPS operating within this strategic focus. So we committed to Sejahtera academic framework towards mercy to all, and also to nurture Insan Sejahtera, meaning that we want to nurture and produce such balance and holistic personality through spirituality and values driven education. In other words, we want our product to be such a balanced personality, balanced individuals, balanced postgraduate students who are having together excellence in terms of academic and excellence in terms of spiritual. So CPS philosophy as the pathway to humanizing education through Maqasid al-Sharia and sustainable development goals, our vision is to become a globally recognized center of choice for graduate students, meaning that when people around the world heard about IIUM, they feel attracted to this university, and they are also invite others to become the community of this university. This is our vision. And our mission is to enhance research ecosystem, to inculcate quality research culture, to enrich postgraduate experience, and to promote and facilitating postgraduate programs. Our tagline, C for conduit, P for to professionalism and sustainability, CPS, conduit to professionalism and sustainability. Our core activities at CPS basically to manage, administer, monitor postgraduate programs conducted by the Kuliah. We also oversee matters related to students' academic performance, as well as embark in research activities and also welfare of our postgraduate programs. Our office located at level 2 Muhammad Abdul Rauf building. Please come and visit us at this CPS office. The deanery of CPS comprise of the dean, okay, Prof. Ida Madiha Abdul Ghani Azmi. We have 3 deputy deans, me myself, in charge of academic and internationalization, and Professor Dr. Shahrul Naim Siddiq, Deputy Dean for Research, Publications and Student Development. We also have Deputy Dean at Kuantan Campus, Associate Professor Dr. Azlina Daud. We also have Director for CPS, Madam Haslina Muhammad Arshad, in charge of Administration and Strategic Services. We also have different units in CPS in charge of admission and record, in charge of student affairs and scholarship, in charge of Viva Voce for PhD students, in charge of student academic development. We also have unit for examination and graduation, meaning that looking at these units, it will facilitate our postgraduate students from the day one of their admission to this university until their graduation. Okay. Our services at CPS, based on the unit that I have mentioned earlier, we involve in offering of PhD and master's programs. When you get your offer letter to study master's or PhD here in IIUM, uh, the body or the center that issued this offer letter is CPS, Center for Postgraduate Studies. So it is under the admission and record unit. We process application for admission. We manage enrollment for new students. We promote our postgraduate programs. We process deferment, change of program. We monitor new program, including, among others, changing info in student biodata if they request to do so. And we also manage e-admission system. So offering, this is basically under the unit of admission and record. For managing students' academic development throughout their studies, it is under the purview of student academic development unit. We have Sister Zunika in charge of this unit. We monitor registration of courses, including non-registered student status of our students. We monitor and develop and revise programs. Also, we in charge of the appointment of monitor the appointment of supervisor. The appointment of supervisor, of course, done by the kuliah, and we our CPS are in charge of monitoring the process of the appointment.
Sir,
Yes.
apologies. Someone say that the volume is a bit slow. Can you maybe go a bit nearer to the mic or speak a bit louder? Apologies.
All right, no problem. Can you hear me
Some
clearly?
your ex students are commenting that as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. Now you can hear me clearly. Also, we manage certification letter for active students and coordinate appeal for writing thesis in Arabic, especially for students who want to write their thesis in Arabic in a non-Arabic kuliah, for example, kuliah of education, or IBF, for example. If the students want to write their thesis in Arabic, they need to appeal for that, provided that there is a supervisor that able to supervise them in Arabic. So they need to appeal through CPS. This is under the purview of this student academic development unit. We also manage Turnitin matters as well. If the staff or student have problem regarding their Turnitin matters, so they may reach student academic development unit. And then managing Viva Voce process for the PhD students. This is under the purview of Viva Voce unit, meaning that in this unit we manage the process for thesis examination, manage the appointment of examiners for PG student, become the secretariat for Viva Voce, and we also manage schedule and report of Viva Voce, and we also, this unit also in charge of becoming secretariat for doctoral exam committee. And for managing student credentials and graduation matters under examination unit, we, apart from managing student credential and graduation matters, We also manage examination results and records. We manage compilation of examination reports, monitor post-thesis evaluation, manage application for postgraduate students. We also manage Takrimul Khirrijin for PhD students at the end when they were about to graduate, official graduation during convocation. We also celebrate their success in one of the important events that we will organize annually, inshallah. We name it Takrimul Khirrijin, or hooding ceremony. Okay. And managing student scholarship and enhancement of research activities. This is under student affairs unit. We enhance student learning experience. We oversee student general welfare. We also, under this unit also, we will manage some postgraduate activities such as workshop, colloquium, competition, etc. And under this unit also, we manage the postgraduate student society. Right. So these are brief idea about our services in CPS. At Center of Postgraduate Studies, we also have this online system to facilitate our students, and we are heading towards paperless, okay, in our administrative activities. We have this e-admission to manage and cater the admission and online enrollment process. iMonitor, we also have developed this iMonitor in 2019. And the role of iMonitor is to monitor the research progress of our postgraduate students. Student can access the different modules throughout this e-system. For example, setting up appointment with supervisor can be done through iMonitor. To submit research progress can also be done through iMonitor. And to submit research progress at the end of every semester module can be done through iMonitor. We also have this virtual counter. If you come to CPS, you will see the when the operating hours of our virtual counter. You also may able to see the time of virtual counter in CPS websites. And we come up with this idea since the COVID-19 pandemic. And it can be, we continue doing this service to facilitate our student, apart from physical counter that we open on daily basis. We also have this iViva released in 2021. Basically, iViva is a comprehensive system to manage the submission of research, thesis or dissertation, and its evaluation, meaning that when you want to submit the intention to submit your thesis or dissertation, iViva is, we would like students and supervisor to use this iViva platform. So this iViva system will enable different modules such as nomination of examiners, submission and tracking documents to be evaluated, and setting up final defense of the thesis or viva. These are among the modules for this iViva online system. We plan in the future to come up with other initiative such as one-stop system for all applications provided by CPS. Okay. Just to inform you that in IIUM we have many postgraduate programs. All kuliahs in IIUM, whether they are located at Kuantan Gombak campus, Kuantan campus, or Pagoh campus, they have many types of postgraduate programs from master to PhD, right? So in Gombak campus, we have this about 7 kuliahs offered their postgraduate program plus 2 institutes here at Gombak campus, namely International Institute for Halal Research and Training. We also have Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance. At Kuantan campus, we have Kuliah of Sciences, Kuliah of Allied Health Sciences, Kuliah of Nursing, Kuliah of Dentistry, and Kuliah of Medicine that offers many types of master's and PhD programs. And for Kuliah of Medicine, they have these clinical training programs in their respective disciplines, their respective specializations. We also have in Pagoh campus that offer postgraduate programs from master to PhD, mainly in language studies, in Arabic, as well as in English studies. And we also have in Kuala Lumpur campus, ISTEC, offering masters and PhD, mainly in Islamic thought and civilization. These are the list of webinars, talks, and also workshop that we have conducted to facilitate our students in their research and how to become excellent postgraduate students at our universities. We have colloquiums, we have workshops, we have conference, we have different types of talk, which include, among others, research skills, so on and so forth. So I hope our new postgraduate students will be able to grab these opportunities to strengthen their research skills and experience. Alert yourself with many talks and workshops that we will organize. You need to be frequent visitor of our website in order to get all this information. All right. So now we want to highlight about the scholarship that we administer at Center for Postgraduate Studies. We have Sejahtera Award, we have Khair Award, we have Imtiaz Scholarship. And these awards, scholarship, of course, a very competitive one, but students are encouraged to apply. Okay, these are the CPS Sejahtera award, and you may able to look at the eligibility to apply this Sejahtera award, especially for those who are here doing masters or PhD without any financial support. So we have here a Sejahtera Award for PhD as well as for master students, and there is a provision or the eligibility to apply. The student must be active, they must be full-time and not employed. They must demonstrate excellent progress report in their studies, CGPA 3.67 or above, still in a normal study period, meaning that you may apply once you are study here at IIUM, you may apply for the Sejahtera Award, and must not be a recipient of any scholarship recommended by the Kuliah, and you have published one article in Index Journal or 2 articles in Referred Journal. So these are the eligibility the provision to apply this Sejahtera Award. For master applicant, the status must be active, full-time and not employed, excellent progress report, still in normal study period, must not be recipient of any scholarship, and recommended by respective kuliah. Priority for Sejahtera Award for students who never receive any assistantship from IIUM. They belongs to needy student. They are also active in programs, events, seminar, or program organized by Center of Studies, and publication in Index Journal for master applicant. These are the added value for you to eligible for this Sejahtera Award. So alert yourself with the due date. This is the old date for this Sejahtera Award. We have updated that in our website. So alert yourself when this Sejahtera Award will be open. The package for this Sejahtera Award for PhD, it will cover, for Malaysian student, PhD Malaysian student, it will cover fee and recurrent fee for 3,000 maximum per semester, and international student will cover 7,000 maximum per semester. And this CPS Sejahtera Award will cover 2 consecutive semesters, about 1 year of your study period. We also, for master student, Malaysian student, it will cover fee and recurrent fee up to 1,500, and for international student, fee and recurrent fee for 5,000, and maximum coverage 2 consecutive semesters for international students. So these are the about CPS Sejahtera Award. We also have this Khair Award. to be granted to our student. And the requirement for this higher award, the student needs to secure graduate research assistant position with reasonable monthly stipend from government-based research grant that requires to produce human talent. So these are those who already secured GRE position only deserve to get this higher award. Graduate are required. The requirement also is the graduate with first class from either bachelor or master's program, and evidence that supervisor has conducted thorough process of researching and recruiting the student as GRE. So if you have GRE status and you are first class student, and there is a recommendation from your supervisor, so you will get this higher award. And the recipients is also expected to assist the supervisor as tutor, demonstrator, or other tasks deemed suitable. And for the applicant, he or she must not exceed master second semester, PhD third semester at the time of application. The scope of the package for this higher award to cover tuition fees for the first 2 semesters from the semester applied for both master and PhD. Local students shall be endowed with 100 tuition fee waiver. For international, they shall be endowed with 50% tuition fee waiver. Please observe as well the timeline for this higher award in our website, right? We also have this IMTIAZ scholarship. The requirement for this IMTIAZ scholarship, the student or the applicant must be of high leadership and Islamic attributes. The applicant also must have received or shortlisted for an award during his or her graduation. This is prestige types of scholarship by our university, especially for those who won or granted this award during graduation from this university, whether they get this Royal Education Award for bachelor program, Best Overall Students Award, or President's Award, Rector's Award. So they are eligible to apply for this IMTIAZ award. And for master program in IIUM, they are best master student of each kuliah. And if they receive awards from other public universities, they are also able to apply for this IMTIAZ scholarship. And continuous support from the package is subjected to good research progress to be evaluated for every 2 semesters. The students also involved in flagship projects and published in high impact journals. The recipients are required to graduate on time. So these are the requirements for IMTIAZ scholarship. Items that covered tuition fees per semester, maximum for 6 semesters. PhD 3,500, master 2,000, recurrent fees 302, hostel fees, allowance, entrance fees, evaluation fees, as stated in the table here. So those who fulfill the requirements may apply for IMTIAZ scholarship. We also have this Jamalul Lail scholarship. And this scholarship, the priority is given to those who are anak Perlis or born in Perlis, because the Raja of Perlis, Tuanku Said Sirajuddin Jamalul Lail, is the one who provide this scholarship, and it is for students who pursue PhD studies at IIUM. It is only meant for PhD only. It's not for masters, all right? And priority is given to anak Perlis. Of course, it is for Malaysian, and PhD student conducted their research by research mode only, and open for new intake, and current students must not be a recipient of any scholarship, fulfill IIUM language requirement, and the research topic is highly recommended to be related to the development of ASNAF and the state of Perlis. There will be interviewed done by the representatives of this Jamalullah scholarship, and they will evaluate the research proposal, whether they have link to Perlis or not. So this is for Jamalullah scholarship. Area of study include, among others, Islamic studies, Islamic banking and finance, Arabic and English language studies, Islamic tourism, and early childhood education. So the due date stated here is for the previous application. So alert yourself with the new timeline for this Jamalullah scholarship. The most recent scholarship is Triple IT IIUM scholarship. Triple IT stands for International Institute of Islamic Thought. Okay, they join together with IIUM and provide a scholarship from their trust fund. You also need to alert of their requirements and also the eligibility to apply for this scholarship. There will be an interview session conducted with shortlisted candidates for this Triple IT scholarship, and also there are requirements that you may find in our website as well. This is the recent scholarship provider of IIUM. As of now, those who are in the postgraduate studies in economics, they will be given priority to apply Triple IT IIUM scholarship. Apart from this scholarship, we also have financial assistance from the government of Malaysia. For example, from Malaysian Technical Cooperation Program, and also Malaysia International Scholarship. So please browse these scholarship providers to get information about requirements and the package covered by this scholarship. I would like to highlight also about the initiative that we are currently practice in our university regarding the remote supervision. We have come up with guidelines of remote supervision for master and PhD, and for remote supervision, meaning that you are away from this university, perhaps you are working and able to come to the university. So you need to fulfill the following conditions. You need to fulfill the required academic qualifications. You need to satisfy the IIUM English and Arabic language requirements. And for remote supervision, it is only meant for those who opt for research mode only. Master research mode, PhD research mode. And the candidates also have research experience and able to work independently and remotely, meaning that you will be supervised by your appointed supervisors remotely. Your supervisor will be here at IUM, and you are anywhere in your country, so you may be supervised. Your masters and PhD may be supervised by your supervisors through this remote supervision, but you need to apply for this remote supervision. And research must not cost any financial implications to the university, and you the remote supervision can be done provided that you are able to work in research institute or an institute of higher learning or a place with research facilities approved by the supervisor and center of studies. Those who are science stream, for example, doing masters in science or doing masters in physics or biology whatsoever. So we may allow for remote supervision if the students are able to work in the facilities that equipped with facilities like labs or whatever facilities that they have in their respective countries, and they need to provide evidence for that. If not, then they need to come here at IUM and do research here. Research also must not cause any financial implications to the university, and the student needs to adhere to visa and immigration regulations. As long as they are able to fulfill all these requirements, we may allow them to do remote supervision. Here, I would like to share with you the achievements of our university, and we believe that our population, our postgraduate students are behind the success of our university. We have awarded Green Gown Awards by International Sustainability Institution of the Year. And of course, we are the first university in Asia and in the Muslim world to win the prestigious International Green Gown Sustainability Institution of the Year award. And we also achieve in terms of ISO certification, we also achieve our programs, our services have been certified by ISO in quality management system certification. And we also excel in many occasions. Our halal research has been awarded as an halal excellent provider, and Al Khawarizmi Excellence Award have been given to us. Al Ghazali Scholar of the Year has been given to Almarhum Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Muhammad Kamal Hassan, and many other achievements that we have awarded. Our future plans for CPS is that to improve further services application through online. We also plan in the future for e-scroll. We are also looking forward for transdisciplinary research activities and policies. We will also try to find scholarship and financial assistance opportunities for our students. We will also intensify our efforts to collaborate on postgraduate activities with other countries in high international level. So this will be our plan in the future, inshallah. And you may come and visit us at our office located at level 2, Muhammad Abdul Rauf building. And we have here the email address and contact number for facilitating all of you and make your study here enjoyable and pleasant. So I think that's all for today. Brother Amir wants me to share videos related to PGSS to give some information to all of you regarding postgraduate student society under his purview. So can I share the video, Faiz?
Sorry, I'm not sure about which video about this. Actually, like, I was thinking for us to address some questions in the comment sections first.
Okay, no problem.
All right. I'm not sure if some of it has been answered by Brother Amir, but I guess I'll just scroll from the start. First of all, to Sister Akilatul Farahin, your question I think can be asked later. I think it's relevant tomorrow during the session with the financial division, finance division. Okay, from Brother Izham Iza Ismail, currently which award and scholarship that is available? How can we check in our system? I'm not sure if the doctor has already answered that question. And also, Sejahtera Award can be applied for second time after receive for last 2 semester. I think that's
Sejahtera.
the 2 questions. Yeah,
Oh.
let's first with that question.
As stated in the requirements, is only can be applied only once only, because we want to provide the scholarship for other students as well. So we give chance to other students. So
I
the
see.
application for this award is only for one time.
Okay, and then I think the first question, how do we check whether scholarship is available?
That's why I keep on reminding you to alert with our advertisement in CPS. So visit the CPS website and you may find the timeline for opening and closing of this scholarship. Okay.
I think I can attest to that because recently I tried to apply for one of the scholarships and the process is quite easy. It's more of a Google form and then you just have to attach some documents with it. So inshallah there won't be much issue. Just make sure to from time to time do check the CPS website. I believe if we have time, maybe with tomorrow or the next day, we're going to show which part of the website that you need to click in order to get that information. Um, okay. I'm just going to reread what Brother Amir has already replied. So for part-time students, can part-time student apply for imtiaz scholarship? The requirement is full-time students. Okay, and then all right. So okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, sir. From us, I think Sister Raihan. How can we find out the exact core courses for our program? This is my first semester. My kuliah is ICOL, master coursework, but I'm not sure of the core courses that I must complete.
Okay, whatever
Oh, Brother
course,
Raihan. Apologies, Brother Raihan.
Brother Raihan. Okay, regarding the core courses or the list of courses offered, I hope you visit your respective department or kuliah to get the list of your of the courses, the course offerings. You may get the list of the courses in your respective department or kuliah. Because CPS is not the place for offering courses. We just manage the administration of matters related to postgraduate matters only. All right.
Okay, in that case, I think the question from Sister Umi here, would it be relevant? She's asking about a course exemption and if there is exemption of certain courses for returning students.
For what? For
If there is any exemption for certain courses for returning students.
for returning students, for example, if they are master student, for example, and if they already took Islamization of knowledge or research methodology at their master courses, so they may request for exemption of these two courses when they are in PhD, right? And if it's happened that there are similarities between their courses at master's level with courses at PhD levels, they may apply for exemption as well. But this application for exemption can be done through their department, respective department or kuliah.
Okay, so basically we need to we need to ask the kuliah about the exemption. Okay, I understand. All right. Okay. Also for Brother Raihan, I'm also a student of ICOL. So if you have any questions about that, I do want to tell please be alert about the kuliah briefings for PG students. They will hold it according to kuliah.
Yeah, this is the thing that I want to emphasize here. Please, I would like to request all postgraduate students here to follow the updates from their respective kuliah, because every kuliah they will have their own briefing session. So this briefing session is very important because it will expose you to matters related to policy, rules and regulations that govern them from the day one of their studies until their graduation. So please attend this very important session. Previously at CPS, we have a briefing on policy, rules and regulations, but it seems that this ta'aruf is I think the kuliah or the department will take charge on that.
Okay. Also, sir, okay, I think this is question in regards to remote From Brother Safwan, does remote need to pay for bench fees for every semester?
All right. Can you that one? Okay. Can you email me because I have no answer for that as of now. Kindly email me and then I will refer to the relevant relevant authorities about this bench fees because
Oh,
whatever fees is under the purview of finance anyway. So I will channel you to the relevant person.
okay. And then I think like there's a few questions about APT and EPT. One is asking about whether it's compulsory for XIM student to take APT and EPT
No,
exam.
for IIUM student, they will be exempted from EPT, APT because they already
Ah,
took that during their bachelor's degree.
yeah,
So
you
they will
already,
be exempted.
okay, you already
If
went
they
through
are
that.
still not exempted, go to Self-Pad and ask them for exemption.
Okay. And then how does this? We just had EPT yesterday from Brother Husaini, but what happened for those who did not take EPT test? How do we enroll to kuliah? Do we need to retake the EPT? So,
Okay. Uh, I think they have there are time there are slots for EPT for those who are um, terlepas EPT lah. So they may consult Selpad about the new date for their EPT. So it's
okay.
if it's happened that you haven't take the EPT yet, so you still have time to do so, but you need to refer to Selpad regarding the time frame for new EPT tests as well as APT tests.
Okay. And then I think okay, to those who concerned, Brother Safwan, the email is already Dr. Amali already provided in the chat. amali@ium.edu.my. About does everyone is everyone required to sit for EPT? I think, sir.
Yeah, if uh, I'm not sure whether it is stated in your offer letter or not, but uh, for example, if you already have this TOEFL, uh, this British exam, what is that? IELTS, for example. Anyway, you need to provide that results to CELPAD, and CELPAD the one who will decide whether you will be exempted or not. So basically, those who come to this university, the requirement for course registration is that you fulfill the language requirement first. You need to fulfill the
Language
language
requirement
requirement.
first.
Yeah, you need to fill the English requirement first.
All right. Okay. I think anyone else have questions before we let Dr. Amali go? Anyone have any questions? Or if you want to ask the question directly, you can just raise your hands. But just in summary, is that CPS, I think if I can summarize what Dr. Mali said, CPS is in charge of administration, basically a lot of the general matters in relations to postgraduate. But when it comes to the exact courses, I think that's something that you have to refer to your respective kuliah. On how to contact CELPAD, I believe that you may. Okay, I believe you may contact Selpad. I think the number is there, right, sir?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, Dr. Amali is replying through chat. And also, if you, Prof. Ida is also actively in chat as well to answer your questions. So please, okay. So Dr. Amali already have gave the link. So if you can also email. You mentioned about the review of kuliah. How do we know when the kuliah has a briefing which show on student portal? I believe. So, sir, can I am I allowed to answer this question?
Yes, yes.
I believe it depends. I believe every kuliah would have created some sort of WhatsApp group or already included you in some modes of communication to provide about the briefings, or maybe you can check your email. But if you're still unsure, feel free to just walk into any kuliah PG office. I can vouch since you are an iCall student, I can say the iCall PG office is quite welcoming if you need any answers in regards to kuliah briefings or any kind of other academic matters. Okay, Prof. Ida said there, feel free to email Dr. Amali for any information, and he is great with responses. All right, thank you so much, Prof. Ida, for the support. Okay, anyone have any other questions? Last questions? Okay, I was informed to those of you who are still unclear, if you are not in that WhatsApp group by kuliah, please do ask your respective PG office within this week. So usually kuliah briefing will take place maybe within next week. So please ask your respective kuliah if you are not already inside the respective Telegram or WhatsApp group. Okay. Any questions, everyone? All right, I think no more questions from the chat. Thank you so much, Dr. Amali, for the wonderful briefing on CPS. And I do hope that our participants here would apply for the respective scholarships if you are qualified to do so, because such form of financial assistance would benefit you mostly. And I think as a fellow student as well, I can attest to how much that financial support could help with a lot of our researchers as well. So please, again and again, if possible, please every week, for at least once a week, do check CPS website for the update in regards to scholarships availability, what kind of scholarship is available. And on top of that, maybe I could also add these are scholarships under the purview of CPS. There are also scholarships that IUM in general also provide. So also be aware, be alert in maybe IUM official social medias or other platforms so that you can get the appropriate support. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Amali, for the briefing. And okay, Assalamualaikum, sir.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And also thank you so Prof. Ida for coming joining us. Yeah. I think like that's all for this session, for this briefing. And I do note in the itinerary that we will begin the library briefing at 12. I am informed to provide some introduction, some information in regards to PGSS itself. So I'm just going to lowball here. This is impromptu speaking, basically. To the for information of all our students, we do have a postgraduate student society. So a postgraduate student society, but we have both in central, the big level, and also the kuliah level. So depending on which kuliah you are in, some kuliah have their own PG societies depending on their PG officers. So for example, if you are in iCall, you have iCall PG society under the purview of the PG office. So if you need any information, or if you're just someone who likes to contribute or become a part of society, student society, do please join us there. I can attest, Dr. Majda, the Deputy Dean there, is really helpful, a welcoming person. But also we have the main postgraduate student society, which is under the purview of CPS. Currently, I'm the vice president for it. So what does PGSS does? Mainly, we try to provide support, or we try to assist students in regards to various matters. We also work with student union if, for example, you have any issues that perhaps require attentions. But in general, the Postgraduate Student Society is here. If you we do organize some activities and events. Right now, we are still in much of a transition into a new tenure, so that we currently still are managing some activities of our own. But then again, a lot of times there are talks involving the CPS. CPS is the main organizer of those talks. So please do join those talks. We have a lot of talks going throughout this year, inshallah. And also, if some of you here who are who can give a commitment or anything, please later, I believe after Ramadan or after Idul Fitri, we're going to open up recruitments on sort of for new members, for new members of PGSS committee. So do register yourself there. But I just want to tell all of you that any of you here, all of you, PhD, master student, as long as you are an official PG students in IUM, you are a member of PGSS. So please don't shy away from addressing your concerns or issues with us if you have any. But at the same time as well, if you have any big issues, financial, something like that, do consult the respective officers, the respective centers for those purposes. If you have any questions about PGSS also, please just do put in the comment section. I'm just I think okay, I was informed. Okay, we're going to have just a I believe everyone here is already trying to digest a lot of information from the briefing from CPS just now. So we're going to have a short break, a short 30 minutes break before 12. Before we're going to have a library session in the afternoon. Please do not leave the stream. Do not leave the meeting. This afternoon briefing would be quite essential, because the library session will provide a lot of information that is really helpful for your research, especially in regards to library membership, database, all of those things that is relevant to your resources throughout your studies. So we're going to have a short break until 12, but don't leave. You can go grab a snack or the toilet break or something like that, but don't leave the meeting, and we'll see you soon. Thank you so much, everyone. Assalamualaikum. In the meantime, we have a few videos we prepared for you, so please do enjoy. Assalamualaikum.
postgrad is like hiking. Sometimes you see the trail clearly, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you fall or stumble upon a rock. Sometimes you travel in groups, sometimes you are alone. Obtaining your postgrad degree will never be an easy ride. That's where we come in. For almost 20 years, CPS has strived to create the best environment for postgrad students to thrive on. Our emphasis is for you to develop your skills and expertise for your own betterment in expanding our knowledge. At the end of the day, we believe that every progress you made and will make is a significant contribution to our Ummah. So don't give up. Stay true to the path you are taking and gain as much support as you can, either from us at CPS or from your family and friends. Know that you are never alone on this journey. One day you'll reach the top, but right now, at this moment, you are surely leading the way for the Ummah.
It feels different. No fixed classes, no carry marks, no free riding group mates, no one to tell you to do this or that. You can choose to do whatever you want. You're free to explore the world. You decide on your next step. To obtain a scroll not many could hold, you are like the captain of a ship, free to sail the high seas, to wherever your heart desires. But no sea is without huge waves. Sometimes your journey may be too costly, that it will break you before you arrive at the shore. Sometimes you may find yourself far from home, that you crave the gaze of your loved ones. Sometimes you may find yourself alone, venturing into an unknown world with no one by your side. Sometimes you thought that you did everything right, only to be sent back to start over from scratch. Nevertheless, Allah's plan will always be the best for His servants.
I know you guys are suffering. You are at a place of where you are gaining knowledge. You are away from the family. You are suffering with hardship. You are suffering with, you have financial issues. You have lonely time. You are lonely in the room. You are sleepless nights. You are spending your night sleepless. But remember, what you are gaining, it's only a few people can gain. You know, you are becoming the light. You are becoming the candle of knowledge, where you will, after you're finishing your degree or your studies from here, you are going to enlighten the people's heart. You are going to enlighten the soul of the people. You will guide the humanity toward to recognize the God. to recognize Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the reality and truth of this world, they will recognize through you. You will be a reason, you will be a medium for them to recognize Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to recognize their creator. You are the best. You are the best of the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because وَأَوْرَثْنَا الْكِتَابَ الَّذِينَ اسْتَفَيْنَا مِنْ عِبَادِنَا, and Allah only a few people, those who have been chosen by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, can be inheritors of His book. His book meaning knowledge. So you are at a place, you will be rewarded in a way you cannot even imagine. Your family, your people, your generation will get inspiration from you, because you are gaining knowledge. You are attaining knowledge to spread the truth of this world.
Your journey will always be unique. You are never alone. We will always struggle. We will always face challenges. We'll do all of it together.
Or close your eyes and envision being born in a car parking lot with your own thoughts.
The journey may be harsh, but it'll be worth it in the end. You will cherish this memory. You will celebrate the long-lasting friendships. At the end of the day, we will all lead the Ummah.
The winner of the Sustainability Institution of the Year International Green Gown Awards for a small institution goes to International Islamic University Malaysia.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The season of Ramadan has dawned upon us, and almost everyone have laid out plans for ibadat that are often left unattainable from my past experience. The essence of fasting in the month of Ramadan is to feel and show empathy to the less privileged and to be resilient to our whims and desires during the day, thereby attaining the ultimate goal, taqwa, that is increasing faith and to be conscious of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This video is therefore meant to help achieve that ultimate goal in the simplest possible way. However, it should be noted that the tips provided herein might not be applicable or relevant to everyone. 1. Always go to bed early for a sound sleep to be able to wake up for suhoor, which is so blessed, highly recommended, and it helps energize you during the day. 2. Observe the 5 daily prayers on time and don't miss out for Taraweeh. 3. Recite the glorious Quran and your daily askars excessively. If you want to complete reciting the entire Quran in the month of Ramadan, here is a simple technique that many people use. There are 114 chapters in the glorious Quran divided into 30 sections or juz, and each section comprises of 20 pages, which can be divided by 5, representing the 5 daily prayers, giving you 4 pages to be recited before or after every 5 daily prayers. And this can take you 10 to 15 minutes to complete. Hence, Ramadan is 29 or 30 days. Therefore, as at the end of Ramadan, you'll be able to complete reciting the entire Quran without struggling whatsoever. Number 4, prepare your iftar early, and everyone should take part in the preparation of the iftar. And be sure to provide iftar for the less privileged, family, and friends for an immense reward by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And here is the bonus point, that is to stealthily perform tahajjud at the last part of the night, shortly before suhoor, say at 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. and make dua for yourself and everyone. Thanks for watching and catch you in the next one.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back everyone to the continuation of our morning session today. Um, I hope that every one of you have an amazing short break. Those of you who are still munching on something, continue to munch and just enjoy this next session. The following session will be the last session for this morning. We will have the next session, I think at 2:30. So it's okay, that's later. For the morning session, inshallah, we're going to have a briefing from the library. And as a fellow postgraduate student, I cannot stress enough how important it is for you to be aware of the privileges that you have uh, to access all the resources as well as to use the facilities in our library, especially those on campus. Please do take note about about the presentation after this. And as well, if you have any questions regarding library, do put it in the comment section. We will address it at the end of the session if time permits. I think, can I have a confirmation? Is Dr. Zahila in the meeting?
Yes.
All right. Okay, thank you so much. I think without any further ado, let's proceed to our next session, a briefing about a library. And with that, I'd like to invite Dr. Zahila binti Haji Muhammad Noor to lead this next session. Dr. Zahila, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so here my turn lah for the library briefing. So let me share my screen first. Okay, you can see. Can you see my slide?
Yes, madam.
Alright. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Zahila Muhammad Noor. I'm a librarian from Darul Hikmah Library, IIUM. And I'm a liaison librarian for Kuliah of IRKHS. Okay. All right, today, inshallah, I will brief you about the library facilities, services that are available in the library. Okay, as an introduction, let us know our library first. The introduction, this is the background of our library. Okay, first library was established in 1983 in Petaling Jaya, Selangor. This is the first library. Okay, then we have Kuantan campus library opened in 1997. And then we also have another library at Istek, in Istek. We opened it on 2002. And then in 2012, we have official launching of the Syed Muhammad Naqi Al-Attah Library Istek. We call it Sem2 Library. Okay, so this is the basic background lah, the history of the library of IIUM. Okay. So this is our library campuses. So we have here main library in Gombak, in Kuantan campus, and also we have IBF library. This library located at the Kuliah of KICT. Okay, the small library there. Okay, Sem2 library in Istek, and then we have also the Pagoh library campus at Pagoh campus. And for Gambang, we also have the Gambang campus library. So this is all the library campuses lah. Okay. So for each library, we have here in Gombak, our chief librarian, acting chief librarian is Madam Yusrina Abu Bakar. And then for Kuantan campus, we have Madam Nur Hashimah Mustafa. At Gambang campus, lead by Madam Sahaniza Ibrahim. In Semenal, lead by Brother Fazli Omar. And in Pagoh, we have Brother Muhammad Aiman Basri. So this is the head lah for the all library campuses. Okay. All right, this is our library collection. This is we have about 583 titles in our library and 967 items lah we have in our library. So the estimate lah for now. Okay. This is our vision for the library vision, a dynamic library for the attainment of knowledge and wisdom of the Ummah. Okay, for the mission, our mission is to deliver high quality and comprehensive information resources and services to support teaching, learning, and research needs of the clients. Okay. So this is the basic rules and regulation for the library. So this is the basic lah rules and regulation. Customer are required to display their metric or student card throughout their stay in the library. So you must display your metric card. And then behavior that contribute to excessive noise level that can disturb others is prohibited, including talking in designated quiet area, loud talking anywhere in the library, or making other loud noise. Ini basic lah kan. Okay, customers must be formally and decently attired as defined in the university dress code. No food or drink other than plain water is allowed in the library. So this is the basic rules and regulation in the library. All right. This one is the what we call it the schedule, the opening hours for the library for the lecture weeks. So we will open Monday to Thursday 8:30 until 10 p.m. But in Friday we will close at 12:30 until 2:30. Okay, and we'll open at 2:30 to 10 p.m. daily lah. And then during the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, we will open 8:30 until 5 p.m. and will be closed during public holidays. All right. For during the revision or examination weeks, we also will open, library will open until 10 p.m. And then Saturday, Sunday, we will open until 10 p.m. and public holidays also will be open until 10 p.m. Okay. And then during semester break, so now is the semester break, the library will close at 5 p.m. and then Saturday and Sunday and public holiday will also close for this semester break. We will be open until 10 p.m. during lecture weeks only. All right. Okay, next we look at the library facilities, what we have in our library. Okay, so here this is the circulation counter. This circulation counter located at the level 2. So here we can make a borrowing for the closed access book and rooms. You can make payment here for fine and charges, any charges here, and also for make a library clearance. Okay, so this is the circulation counter at level 2 at the main entrance. So the main entrance in our library is at level 2. We also have the second main entrance at level 1 in law collection. Okay. This is the reading area. We have the general reading area with sufficient seats are available on all level of the library where library users can read and study. So here is the every level we have the reading area. Okay, you can sit here lah for study, for reading. Okay. We also have the carrel desk. The carrel desks are provided in the library for users who prefer individual study. So every level we have also this one, carrel desk. Okay. We also provide our users, our client with the study room. We have a carrel room and discussion room. Okay, for the carrel room, private, lockable study room and single occupant rooms at all levels. So we have the carrel room at all levels in the library. So these rooms are available for postgraduate student only. Okay, so we have 2 types of carrel room, monthly and 3 hourly. You can request for this carrel room, but not all carrel room are equipped with PC. So you need to bring your own laptop to this carrel room. Okay, so this for individual room for study. For the another type of the study room, we have a discussion room. So these discussion room are provided for group study and discussion only. May be used for 3 hours by group of 3 until 16 person, depending on the size of the room. So you can have a discussion in this discussion room. So you can make a request for this carer room and discussion room at the circulation counter at level 2 in the library. Okay. So another one is we also have private carer rooms that here you can you can rent our private carer room. So the rental fees is 60 ringgit per month. So this is only for postgraduate students. Okay, this is the private carer room. The rental fees is 60 ringgit per month. So this the private carer room is located at the level 4 at that sections serial section at level 4. Okay, so you may apply lah at the circulation counter for the these private carer rooms. Okay. We also have at level 2 we have rest and refresh section. So in this section we provide a vending machine, coffee, biscuits, everything lah. Okay, and budget to accommodate over 40 and 50 people within the area. So there is the area where you can have a rest and refresh. These services are aimed at making the cafe a more comfortable and cozy place for discussion and relaxation. The NRI Cafe is mainly intended as a common learning area where students can refresh and discuss over a cup of coffee or beverage provided inside the area. So this is rest and refresh area at level 2. Okay. Here is the silent study zone. We have a silent study zone available at level 1 and level 4. So it's very quiet zone lah here. Okay, it is specifically for you want to study more senyap lagi lah ya for the silent study zone. Okay. We in the library also have the computer lab. Computer lab are available at level 2 and level 3 only. Used for basically, this lab is used for information literacy classes conducted by the library. But users are allowed to use the PC for academic purposes. So the students or the users can use this PC. This PC, you need to log in to this PC using your iMaklum username and password. So we have this lab at level 2 and level 3. Okay. If there is no class, so the student can enter this lab, can use this lab lah, the PC in this lab. Okay. All right, this is library catalog OPEC. If you are looking for the book, so you can use this one lah, the OPEC. This is the library catalog, or we call it OPEC. OPEC is online public access catalog, or library catalog is an online database of materials held by a library. If you want to search for the books or the any materials within the library, you may use this one, library catalog. Okay, in the this PC can use for the OPEC, or you can use our library website. You go to the library website and click on library catalog. So you will have this database. Okay, this is very important lah, where you can search for the books in the library. Okay, we also have the Smart Siddiq directory. This system is used to locate books in the library by searching using the class number. Okay, for example, you are looking for the book using the OPEC, and then you must get the call number from the OPEC, and you want to know the location of this book. Okay, which level, what is the shelf number of this book. So you use this one, Smart Siddiq directory. Just click on the Siddiq Smart directory and enter the class number. For example, if you are looking for the book and the call number is BP123, so you go to Siddiq Smart directory and then you just enter BP. So the system will give you the range of the call number and then the shelf number. So now you know lah what is the shelf number, and then the level where the book is located. Okay, all right. This is the self-check machine. Self-check machine is available at level 2, provided to enable customers to borrow and renew books on their own. No need to go to the circulation counter, just go to the self-check machine and then you can borrow the book lah. Okay. We highly encourage customers to do their self-service borrowing of books at the self-check machine near the circulation counter at level 2. So we have these 3 self-check machine at level 3 near to the circulation counter at level 2. Okay, this is self-check machine. This one is the smart book drop. This is self-service smart book return for customers to return books borrowed without the hassle of the counter staff. This machine will automatically update the borrower record when user returns a book. So if you want to return the book that you borrowed, just go to the smart book drop. Just put the book here in this machine. And then the machine will automatically update the borrower record when user return a book. Okay, so this is a smart book drop. No need to go to the circulation counter. Just put the book on the smart book drop. Okay. We also have this is we call it a microfiche and microfilm reader. Okay, one of our collection is microfiche and microfilm collection. So if you want to use this one and you want to read the microfiche and microfilm, you can use this reader lah. This reader is located at level 3 at the multimedia section. So in order for you to read the microfiche or microfilm, use this reader. We also provide you with the photocopy services. This is a service photocopy printing machine available at level 2. And then operator photocopy service is available at, so this one is at level 2 lah, photocopy services, all right, only at level 2. We also have the auditorium in our library. Is there any classes or event in the library? So another, not only library, but other kuliah or department, other department can use this auditorium lah. This one is multi-purpose room. We also have the multi-purpose room. Sometimes the lecturer may use this one for their class or maybe another event lah. Other events so can use this multi-purpose room. Okay. All right. So, okay. So now we move to the library collection. So we look at the library or what type of collection we have in the library. Okay. Generally, our collection in the library, there is a different type of collection in the library. We have a general collection, reference collection, control access collection, serial collection, special collection, law collection, and as well as we have also online resources. So this is the type of collection available in our library. Okay, so in our library, this library in the Gombak campus, the main library, we have 4 levels. Okay, from level 1 until level 4. So every collection, every books in this library is arranged based on the call number and the subject. Okay, so each level in the library have different subject of books lah. Okay, for the level 1, we have the collection on law and Islamic law. So all the books related to law and Islamic law is located at level 1. So the call number for the law collection is K and B, started with K and B. So all the books that have a call number K and B, so this is the law and Islamic law at level 1. And then at level 2, is the books or the collection on Islam only. So all the books related to Islam subject is located at level 2. So the call number for Islam is BP until BPZ. Okay, only the call number BP started with BP and BPZ is at level 2. All the book is about Islam subject. Okay. And then at level 3, we have a different type of subject. At level 3, we have a general works, philosophy, psychology, Christianity, Judaism, history, geography, economics, finance, and political science. So all these subject, all this book is located at level 3. So the call number is starting from A until BM, and then BQ until BZ, C until JZ. So this is at level 3. Okay. And then at level 4, the call number is started with L until Z. So the subject is about education, linguistic, mathematics, computer science, medicine, engineering, technology, and then library science, all available at level 4. Okay, so you need to know lah which subject. So for different subject located at different level in the library. Okay, this one is for the reference collection. In library, we have that one is the general collection. Okay, this one is the reference collection. So for example, dictionaries, encyclopedias, directories, biographies, gazetteers, atlases. So we call this one as a reference collection. Okay. For each level, in every level in the library, we have a reference collection based on the subject. So if you want to know, this is the reference collection. Basically, the reference collection located, we use the shelf. The shelf is the wooden shelf. All the books in the wooden shelf is the reference collection. So this collection cannot be borrowed. You can only refer for this book. Cannot be borrowed lah. This is the reference collection. So each level, based on that subject, we have the reference collection. Okay. This one is control access collection. For example, red spot books. Red spot is we call it your textbook. Textbook we call it red spot. Red spot books. So it is located and we call it as a control access collection. Thesis, research reports, pictorial collection, small size publications. These all are control access collection. So red spot is available at level 2, thesis at level 3, small size publication at level 2, and then pictorial collection at level 3. And then some collection are placed on open shelf for easy browsing, and some are over-the-counter access and have limited borrowing period. So in order for you to get the red spot collection, you must go to the circulation counter and ask the staff there to get this red spot collection. Okay, so for the red spot, you only can borrow for 1 day. Okay. All right, this one is serial collection. The serial collection consists of printed journal, back volume or journals are placed on the open shelf. So this serial collection located at level 4 in the library. And then we also have local popular magazine and international popular magazine. So in the serial collection, we have the printed journal and also the magazine. But this one is very backdated printed journal because now we focus on online journal. There is no more subscription for the printed journal and also the magazine. Okay. Okay, and then this one is the special collection. Those considered unique to the university on specific subject interest to the university and as for specific reason considered important by the library. So this is, we call it special collection lah. These include faculty publication, Islamic economics, Islamic law, controversial materials, manuscript, archive, Ahmad Ibrahim collection. For the law collection, we have special collection on Ahmad Ibrahim collection. We also have scholastic collection. So scholastic collection consists of the collection of our rectors, former rectors. And then we also have a collection and Hamka. Okay, so all this book is this is a special collection in the library. Okay. This one is the law collection. So law collection at level 1 consists of act on regulation of statutes, law report, journal, and other law related publication, textbook, all this one. This is, we call it law collection, available at level 1 in the library. Okay. This one is online resources. Online resources. We also have the online resources. We have chapter on online databases. We have about 26 databases, and then ebook. We have 30 publishers for the ebook. IIM repository, IIM student repository, and IIM digital manuscript. So these all are online resources. Okay, you can access for all these through online. Okay. So here, there is how we can access for the online resources. Okay, so you just go to the library homepage, http://division.im.edu.my/lib/. Okay, so this is the website for the library. So this is the URL lah. All right. Okay. So if you open the library website, so you will see here lah. So here is for the library catalog. If you are looking for the book, so you just click here, library catalog, and then for if you want to access for the online databases or ebook, just click on online DB and ebooks here. And then this one is IIM repository, and this one is student repository, and this one is IIM manuscript. These all are online resources in the library. Okay. In order for you to access for the library online resources, especially for the online databases and the ebook, if you are off campus, meaning that you are not in the IUM campus, so you must click on off campus access here. Okay. In order for you, if you want to access to the online databases, so you need to click here off campus access. Okay. And then in the off campus access for the staff, we will log in using the Juris username and password. But for the student, you need to log in using your iMaklum username and password. Okay. Before you click on the online databases, you must log in first for the off-campus access. If you are not in campus, you're off campus, okay? If you are in campus, don't need to click on the off-campus, just click on online databases directly. If you are in campus, you are on campus, and you use your own internet, so you also need to click on the off-campus access. If you are in campus but you use your and you use IUM internet Wi-Fi, so no need to off campus. All right, clear? Okay. All right. Okay, so this is the sample of the databases, popular databases lah that we subscribe. And the ebook, we have Emerald, we have IEEE, we have ProQuest, we have Scopus. Okay, for the especially for the Arabic ebook, we have Al-Manhal here. So this Al-Manhal is the ebook for the Arabic language, for the Arabic collection. Okay. So IIM repository. This one is one of our online resources. We call it IREP. Okay, IIM repository. This is the digital collection of documents and scholarly output produced by IIUM faculty and staff covering a wide range of subject and discipline. The documents in the IREP include journal articles, chapter, section of a book, and conference papers. So if you are looking for the articles written by your lecturer, you can go to the IIM repository. Okay, the works include those that are written by IIM staff or collaboratively produced with other parties. Okay, so if you're looking for the book written by your lecturer, so you go for the IM repository. But in the IM repository, you cannot access for the full text. Okay, if you need to request. If you are looking for the articles in the IREP, you need to request to the lecturer lah. There is the button for the request for the document. Okay. This one is IM student repository, or we call it, this one is the collection of the thesis from our student lah. Okay. This repository collects, preserve, and provide access to digital material of student works, meaning that the thesis for the postgraduate student in IUM. At present, the collection in this repository consists of postgraduate thesis and dissertation of UM student from 1987 onwards. And then this one you need to log in using your iMaklum username and password. You are looking for the thesis from this student. You just go for IM student repository, or we call it digital thesis. Okay. We also have the manuscript collection of a digital manuscript. In this database contain digital manuscript available at the IM Darul Hikmah Library. Our collection consists of original manuscript in book format as well as in microform format. So we have a lot of manuscript in the library. So all these manuscript have been digitized and then published in the IM manuscript. Okay. All right. So next we look at the library services. Okay, the library services. Okay, the library services. We have loan and renewal, information services, interlibrary loan services, and document delivery services. Okay. All right. For the borrowing privileges, this one is for each type of client. For different type of the users, we have different borrowing privileges. Okay, for the CFS students, the loan of book is 15 and the loan period is 30, 1 month lah, 30 days. Okay. Undergraduate 15, loan periods 80. For postgraduates, the loan of book is 20, and then the loan period is 30. Okay, for the academic 30, the loan period is 60. Okay, so this is the borrowing privileges based on the type of the users in the library. Okay. Okay, for the book renewal, you can renew your book. Renewal can be done before the due date, maximum 2 times, only 2 times for each title. Okay, circulation counter, you can make a renewal through the circulation counter. You go to the library and go to the circulation counter and ask for the renewal, or you can do it through the online via library OPEC. If you go to the library OPEC and then you log into your account, and then there is the button for renew, to renew the book that you have borrowed lah. And then online renewal will not work. You cannot renewal the book if there is a block in your record. If you have a fines, you cannot renew lah the book. Okay, the book has been reserved by other customer, or the book has been reserved by other users. Okay, so this is for renew. So you can, if you borrow the book and before 30 days, you can renew that book lah. Okay. Okay, for the overdue charges, after 30 days, then you need to return the book. If you do not return that book, so there is the charges lah. Okay, for the general books, you will be charged 50 cents per day. Okay, for non-printed item, all are 50 cents per day lah. Okay, for the room, discussion room, carer room, if you are late to return the key, so you will charge 5 ringgit per hour. Okay. All right. And then about the loss and damage charges, if you borrow the book and there is the damage and damage for that book lah, okay, or you lost that book, you will need to pay the current market price of the items. If you are the books, you need if you lost that book, the book is lost or damaged, irreparable, cannot be repaired. So you need to pay the current market price of the item plus 20 ringgit processing fee for each book. Okay. Or another one is you can buy the replacement copy of the same or latest edition plus 10 ringgit processing fee each. Okay. If books are damaged and can be repaired, so the charges as per repair cost. Okay, so this is for the loss of damaged book. All right. Okay, so you will be suspended. You cannot make any borrowing. So the borrowing privileges will remain suspended until the overdue loss or damage charges are either replaced or paid. So if you have charges, any charges lah or any fine, you cannot borrow the book from the library. Okay. So for the payment, if you have a fines or charges, so the method of the payment is there is no cash. So you need either you using the online banking or e-debit terminal. So e-debit terminal available library lah. So we not receive the cash in the library. Okay, this one is for another services in the library. You can go for the book reservation. A user may reserve a book which is out on loan to ensure that she gets the item when it is returned. For example, if you are looking for the book and then in the system, it mentioned that the book is already borrowed by others. So if you want that book, so you go for reservation. So there is the form in the library. You go to the library homepage and fill in the reservation online form lah. Okay, if you want to reserve that book. So and another one is another services that we have in our library is searching assistant. Searching assistant. Customer can make a request for searching assistant at the circulation counter if the books needed are not available on the shelves. So you need the book and then you go to the shelf to the shelf and the book is not available. There is no the book is not available in the shelf, so you can go for the searching assistant. So just fill in the form from the library homepage and submit to at the circulation counter. Okay, so this for searching assistant. So our staff will search for you this book and then we'll inform you when our staff get the book lah. Okay. All right, urgent processing request to make the book in process stated available before schedule. For example, you search for that book and then in this is the system, the book status is in process, meaning that the book is in process, not yet ready for not yet ready lah for borrow. So you can go for urgent processing request. You request for urgent lah. Okay, there is the form for this urgent processing request. Just go to the library homepage, fill in the form and submit to the circulation counter. So the library will process the book. So we'll make it available lah. Okay. This one is we call it Hood book delivery service. Actually this service is introduced during the PKP. Okay, so this is doorstep delivery service. This is only for student and staff with disability and also for the academic. So there is the online form, for example, for especially for student with disability, so they can request the book and then our staff will deliver the book lah to the students. Okay. to the requester. Okay, so this is the Hudhud book delivery services. We also have the Hudhud delivery services, so we can deliver the book using the post laju. Okay, for example, the student are from Kelantan or from Kedah, for example. If you want to borrow the book from our library, just go for the Hudhud delivery. So this you need to pay lah, a paid service offered to all student and staff Gombak and Kuantan. Maximum 2 books per delivery. So you will be charged for the post laju services lah. Okay, depend on the post laju fee. Okay. All right. Okay, so this one is very very important services juga lah. So we call it interlibrary loan and document delivery. Okay, for example, you are looking for the book and the book is not available in our library. For example, the book is available in University Malaya Library or UKM Library, or maybe the book is available at our campus library. Maybe the book is available in Kuantan, Gambang, or Semenar. Okay, you can get this book. Just go to the library homepage and then go to the services. There is the form, online form for interlibrary loan. So library will get the book from other libraries. Okay. For the interlibrary loan, for example, for book, especially for book, there is no fee lah. It is a free of charge. Okay, if you are you want to the book from University Malaya, for example, so there is no fee. It is a free of charge. Okay, but another thing is for document delivery. For example, you go to the online databases in the library or like searching for the articles, and you only get the abstract of the article. There is no full text because we not subscribe to that article. So you need the article, so you go for the interlibrary loan also. Okay, just fill in the form and then you give the title of the articles, the title of the journals, and then the author, everything, the details of the articles. And then the library will search the article and then give it to you lah. So for document delivery, there is the charges. Okay, so you need pay. You need to pay something lah for the document delivery. Okay. All right. Okay, so this one is readers advisory services. So we call it, this is a readers advisory or information desk lah. Available at level 1 and level 2 of the library. It is main by basically it's main by a librarian and also senior library assistant or library assistant lah, to assist the customers. If you in the library and you have any question or any problem, just go to the readers advisory services. Okay, maybe you want to know how to search for the OPEC, how to locate the book, so just go for readers advisory services. Okay. We also have the information desk. We call it media services at level 3. Request for if you are looking for the CDs or printed services, printed thesis. Actually, we have the printed thesis in the library, so you can browse the printed one. If you don't want to the digital thesis, you can go for the printed thesis. So the printed thesis available at level 3. Just go to level 3 and go to the media services, a media counter at level 3. So you can get the printed thesis or microfilm or microfiche. Also the pictorial collection also available at level 3. Okay. And then at level 3 also, at the media section, we have browsable thesis collection and browsable CD collection. This one is for thesis and CD lah. But sekarang we don't not use the CD anymore, right? Okay, so this is for the printed thesis. Okay. The printed thesis in the library, we also have the thesis in CD format. Okay. This one is Kamal Hassan Library. So the collection of our former rector, Muhammad Kamal Hassan Library. So this one located at Rectory Building, UM Gombak in Gombak here. This is for reference only. So all the collection of Muhammad Kamal Hassan is available here lah. All right. So this is the opening hours for the Muhammad Kamal Hassan Library. Okay. Okay, all right. So this is the important notification lah. This is the everything in the library. Okay, if you want to access for the online databases and ebook, you need to use your iMaklum username and password. If you want to use the computer in the lab, you need to use your iMaklum username and password. For the online thesis also, you need iMaklum, a username and password. All right. And then for the library open, if you want to log into the library account, you need to use your iMaklum username and password. So please activate your iMaklum PIN number at the iMaklum student portal. Okay, so as a new student, you need to have this iMaklum username and password. Okay. All right. Okay. So now in the library also, we also provide on information literacy skill class. Okay. We have several modules in the information literacy class. We have basic library skill. We offer this basic library skill every Friday. We have a class for basic library skill. You can register. This is very good for the new students, especially postgrad or undergraduate student, to join this basic library skill. There is no charge, like free of charge. Okay. In this class, you will learn about how to use the OPEC, how to locate the book, and then you will familiarize with all the collection in the library. So it's very good lah for the new student for the basic library skill. And then we have advanced research skill. The advanced research skill for undergraduate and postgraduate students. In this class, we will teach you how to search. We will teach you the searching technique. So it's very good. This advanced research skill for the postgraduate and undergraduate student. And then legal research skill is especially for the ICOL student, law students. Here in this class, you will be learn about the all type of the law collection, because the law collection is very unique collection. This is the there is a different type of collection for the law only. So there is the act, there is gazette, we have everything lah about the law. So for the ICO students, it's very good lah to join this legal research skill. And then we also have a Mendeley class. This is the reference managers. Also very good for the postgraduate student. In this class, you will learn how to manage your references, all the references, how to make a citation. Okay, so it's very good for the Mendeley reference manager. Okay, you can join this class lah. Just go to the library homepage, and then you can register all the class there lah at the library homepage. Okay. So this is the module, basic library skill, reference tool, and other. Okay. So lastly, this is the what we call it. If you want to contact us, we have the Facebook, we have YouTube, we have WhatsApp, we have live chat, Twitter, and Telegram. Okay, so you can contact us through this platform lah. Okay. In the library homepage, we have a live chat. You can chat with our librarian. So this chat is open from 9 until 10 p.m. daily. Okay, it's the live chat is open based on the library opening hours lah. Okay, all right. Okay, I think that's all from the library. So is there any question?
Thank you so much, Madam Secretary Doctor, for I think a really long explanation about library. I hope that everyone have the necessary information for your use of library. I think we have quite a number of questions in the comment sections. I'll just begin. I'm sorry if some of the questions has already been answered, but maybe for once is from brother Fidaldin. Can remote PhD students benefit from the library virtually? Madam, like I think
Again,
can remote PhD students, I think this refers to some PhD, some postgraduate students, they do work
from
overseas.
yes,
So how can they benefit? I think apart from the off-campus access
yeah,
database.
yeah. For the student, for the I think from remote student, we call it remote student, right? From the other countries, you can access our library through the online databases. You can access our online databases as long as you have iMaklum username and password. And then you also may request for the basic library skill. We will organize the class online. So inshallah. You all
Inshallah.
can benefit from us, inshallah. But for the printed one, we cannot lakut to to post the book outside
Understand.
overseas lah.
Okay, and then next, I think this is from sister Umi Wahida. I think I can answer this question. Is semester break include a short semester? No, I believe short semester is not. Semester break does not include short semester, right, madam?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think it's a totally different creature. I mean, like the short semester, we also have students on campus.
Yes.
So it won't be a holiday basically. As from Sister Vina, how much is the cost for individual carol room for 3 hour?
For the hours, there is free. Only for the paid is monthly basis lah, 60 ringgit per month. But for the carer room daily basis, there is no charges, free of charge. It's first come first serve.
So basically, I can just summarize that is that if you're coming that day, then you want to get a carol room, you can get one as long as available, and you can get one for free. But if you want to reserve, basically you want to have your own exclusive private carol room, because I know some students, they like to hoard books. They get books from the library and then they put it in their carol room, and then for that tomorrow they can come and then read those books. You have to do so monthly only. It's monthly charges of 60 ringgit.
Yes.
And then brother Raihan asked, are guests such as family members allowed in the library as well, providing that student is there with them?
Okay, for the family members, maybe student wife or children, okay, the kids, you may enter the library. Okay, you need to what we call it, declare at the entrance. The staff will ask you lah, who is with you. Okay, so you can enter the library, but you cannot, for the reference only, you cannot make a borrowing or everything.
Are they required to pay to enter? No. Okay.
If you want to borrow, if your maybe your wife or your kid want to borrow the book, you need to become our library members. You need to pay. There is some payment lah.
Okay, and then Sister Vina asked, I'm still waiting for MC appointment, so I haven't got the metric card. May I still enter the library before getting the card?
Yes, you can enter.
Just inform the counter, right?
Yes.
Of course, also she asked, I think this is a general question. I'm going to ask CPS as well, but madam, they're asking if you can provide this PowerPoint to them.
The copy of the PowerPoint. Inshallah. I will share with brother
Ame. Okay, all right.
Okay,
and then sorry, okay, someone asked where exactly is the location of Tan Sri Prof Kamal Library? Is it near by which office or which place?
This is the directory building. I'm not sure which level.
The level 5 code. I think the highest, right?
This one. Level 4.
Oh, level 4, sorry. Okay. So rectory building is the one with the main stairs. Actually, you are free to enter the rectory building. It's not actually a guarded administration place, because we also have the IUM, how do I say this? There's an exhibition down there for visitors, something like
Yes,
that.
yes.
So you are free to actually enter the rectory building. All right. And then, sorry, is basic library skill a compulsory requirement?
Not compulsory.
Not compulsory. Okay.
But this is very good lah for new student.
Okay. I think
This
that
is not compulsory.
encouraged.
Yeah, you are encouraged to join the basic library skill.
And then,
Mm.
how can I join the advanced research skill class?
You can request.
So
There is,
do you need to enter a beginner's class first for you to be qualified to join the advanced research skill class?
No, it's not necessary. You
But
can
we
just
can,
request for the advanced research skill.
so request at must go to the counter or
No, there is the form, online form, at our library website.
at the library website. Okay,
Mhm.
all right. And then I think this is the last question regarding the personal care room that costs 60 ringgit per month.
Yes.
How many round is permissible for the care room? I think it means what's the maximum month that you can rent the room?
As long as you pay lah. As long as you pay. I think there is no limit. For example, you are booking for January, and then another month you pay for February.
So it's not like you like if I pay 600 bucks right now I can reserve it for 10 months.
I'm not sure, but maybe I'm not sure. I need to refer to the circulation counter, but I think there is no limit.
Okay, then there's no limit. Then that's good lah.
Mm.
Especially those of you who likes to, remain on in the library for 24/7. Thank you so. That's the questions from Brother Haris. Thank you so much, Brother, for the question. Anyone else have any questions before we end the morning session? Okay, I think there's no more questions. In regards to those who has issues with who have issues with your attendance link, do notify CPS IUM, the one inside, about your situation. But then I believe that as long as you register the attendance link during the morning, there won't be an issue. Nevertheless, I thank you so much, Dr. Zaila, for sharing with us about the library. Inshallah, a lot of us would benefit a lot, and so you might see some regulars in the library in the future, inshallah.
Inshallah. Okay,
Thank you
that's
so
all.
much.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Waalaikumsalam. And to everyone here, we're going to begin our session this afternoon. So please, this afternoon, you're going to have a lunch prayer break after this. We'll continue. Please be back online in this meeting room by 2:25. We're going to have a session this afternoon. And I think that's all. Thank you so much, everyone, for the questions, for your attention, and I'm going to have my president, Brother Alamgir, to moderate this afternoon session. So thank you so much, everyone, and have a good lunch. Oh, where can I get the link? I'll ask Brother Ame if you're inside the meeting, please can you give the link again? All right. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining with us this morning from 9 a.m. and I hope to see every one of you again this afternoon at 2:25. This 2:25 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone. Assalamualaikum. Oh, you want the WhatsApp link as well? Okay, I'll share it to you.
Assalamu alaikum. Am I audible? Can anyone confirm me? Am I audible? Assalamu alaikum. Okay, thank you then. Okay, dear brothers and sisters, we will start shortly, just sharp at 2:30, inshallah. Dear brothers and sisters, we are going to start our session shortly. We are just waiting for our honorable speaker. Just wait a bit. And one more thing, we already shared the attendance link on the chat box. Please go through the link and fill that form and ensure that you already attended over there. And it's really important because otherwise CPS didn't know, do not know your attendance. Okay, may I know is our speaker Dr. Hazizan is there or not? If you are here, we just start formally. No. May I know is our speaker for this session is already with us? If you are here, just maybe unmute yourself and or okay, Dr. Hazizan, thank you very much. I saw you. Okay, we're just waiting for you, and I just start right now.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum
Sorry
assalam.
for that. Yes.
Okay, doctor. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to start, inshallah. Okay. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear respected speakers, honorable guests, and beloved postgraduate students, welcome to the afternoon session of the first day of Taruf Week 2023. I hope you all had a great lunch break and performed Johur prayer on time. Now we are ready to continue the program with an informative session treating postgraduate studies within Maqasid framework, meaning and implications. This is MD Alamgir Hussain, the president of Postgraduate Student Society at IAUM, will be the master of ceremony for this afternoon session. I hope you all will bear me for the next 1.5 hours. Okay, in this session, we are honored to have Associate Professor Dr. Hazizan Muhammad Noon, a lecturer at Abdullah Hamid Abu Sulaiman Kulli of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences. As our speaker, Dr. Hazizan will shed light on the meaning and implication of treating postgraduate studies within the Maqasid framework. As we all know, Maqasid al-Sharia is the framework that guides all aspects of Islamic teaching, including education. Therefore, understanding the implication of Maqasid framework in postgraduate studies is really crucial. Dr. Hazizan's speech will help us to understand the significance of Maqasid in postgraduate studies and how we can benefit from it. Okay, before going to Dr. Hazizan, I would like to remind you, all of you, we have a Q&A session immediately after Doctor's session will be finished. I mean the speaking one. So immediately we will have a Q&A session. So if you have any questions, while the presentation is going on, just please feel free to write those questions on the chat box. We'll try to accumulate all the questions and inshallah we'll ask the professor. And if you want to directly talk with professor, so as because it's a virtual one, you just need to unmute yourself and just directly ask your questions. So be prepared for that. So without a further ado, I would like to welcome and invite Dr. Hazizan for delivering his speech. From now and onwards, Doctor, the floor is yours. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Brother MC. Yeah? Let me try to see if I can. Can you see my slide?
Yes, Doctor, not yet visible. I think it's on the process. It's on the way.
Oh, okay. I think the internet is quite slow.
Maybe, yeah. Okay, I think in my place is okay. Now it's visible, Doctor.
Now it's okay. Eh?
Yeah, now
so.
now it's okay. Now it's okay. You can just proceed.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. Let me give salam to you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh again, if I have given it before. Now, actually, I am not very sure what is expected of me to speak on this topic. However, I will simply try to share with you some of the thoughts that I have regarding not really maqasid, or sometimes people call it maqasid sharia, and there are other terms also which have been used, because this maqasid issue or topic has been deliberated in a number of ways. So I will try to be guided by my slide a little bit, and I would love to have more interaction with the participants. I know that maybe I was made to understand that the participants are from different faculties or kuliahs, and therefore it is only right for us to see how the lofty objectives of religion, if I can put it that way, can be taken as part of our endeavor in our knowledge seeking process, so that we will always be guided by what is desired or what is intended by religion. Now, to put it in perspective, I am addressing postgraduate students, and yeah, I assume this postgraduate students are new students for this coming intake, semester 2, 2022-2023. I have glanced through the poster, and I found that you will be exposed to a number of activities during this ta'aruf period, and this is meant for equipping you with a number of necessary information regarding not only the university but also the programs that you are going to follow. So my slot has been scheduled to take place at the time when I think this one is I think this one is general. And this time actually is not a good time. I would say that this is not a good time for a number of reasons. You rightly mentioned that you hope others or the participants have a good lunch. So when you have a good lunch, then the implication of having good lunch also is, should be expected. So anyway, what I could gather from the post is that the topic that I have been entrusted to say a few words and later we'll share. Now, actually, this topic has its own background. I will mention a little bit, and I also would have to clarify certain things. What I will be doing in a very simple way, we don't have to necessarily take 1.5 hours to do this, but I will simply have this very broad and important structure for my presentation. I will begin with introduction. And since in the topic there are keywords, and two keywords which are important, the meanings of the meanings and also implication, the last part. But the other two keywords, the meanings refers to the other two keywords, which are Maqasid framework as well as postgraduate studies. So I will touch a little bit on this, and then let us see how we can use this to be the basis for our interaction. Actually, the original topic given to me is, it was Maqasid. Maqasid. So I would say that this is very, very broad topic. And after giving some thought, I would think that why not the spirit of this topic, that is the spirit of Maqasid, we try to make it more narrow, if not very specific. And I suggested that we talk generally about how to treat postgraduate studies, however you want to define it, within this lofty objective of religion. Because as what has been mentioned by our MC, Islam is relevant to all aspects, and Maqasid Sharia is also one of the topics that has been used to explain religion in one way or another. So we need to be more open on this. We need to be more flexible in looking at things, as long as we are actually on the right track in order to connect and to realize or materialize religious teachings in each and every aspect of life. And in our context, postgraduate studies, we are basically learner at this level of education. The same can apply. That is the spirit of Maqasid to be considered when we are going through the process of education at this level of studies. It means that how are we going to explain the intention of religion, the lofty goals or objective of religion in the context of postgraduate studies. Of course, this can be presented, can be explained in a number of ways, but I think we will be listening also to how you see this spirit operated in our studies. Now, so therefore, the proposed topic is treating postgraduate studies within Maqasid framework. Maybe the Maqasid framework sounds like more like academic or whatever, but I think I will simply refer to what the to the 5 Maqasid that we have known already. Now, so I mentioned just now that although we are going to talk about Maqasid as the term, but in essence, what we have in our mind and in our heart, the intention is always for a Muslim, a committed Muslim, for example, in particular. Of course, we know that for the non-Muslims, this should be an information for them to understand how Muslims look at things. And Maqasid is only a term that is used for explaining what is coming from religion in different ways, for example. But in essence, right from the very beginning, what has become the concern of a Muslim is to see how religion that is characterized by certain peculiarities, like being comprehensive, being grounded in the divine teaching, being balanced religion, and so on. All these peculiarities of religion, of Islam, reflect that Islam is relevant to all matters in our life and to all times. So the question is how we can make religion as part and parcel of what we are doing. And in our context is the postgraduate learning or education process. So I think that basically will have to be explained, because although there are many other terms that we use in order to explain this and that, but at the end of the day, one single purpose of a committed Muslim is how Islam can be implemented at the individual level as well as the family and social level. And by Islam, we mean a number of things, one of which is Islamic worldview, for example, which tells us about the nature and also the understanding about life. What is life for a Muslim? So when life is defined as such that it also includes what we do in this world, and the implication would be not only for this world, but also for life in the hereafter or after this world, then that is also part of the knowledge of Islamic worldview. Islamic worldview, among others, tells people that in Islam, when we say life, life is not only for being concerned with the life in this world, but the life in the hereafter. And both worlds, this world and the hereafter, they are organically connected, meaning that what we are doing in this world will have bearings upon our later life. So that kind of things that we are concerned. So today, although we are going to use the word maqasid, this is only to celebrate the new or the terminology that has been widely used, but in essence, it is meant for ensuring how comprehensive religious system is observed in our life for the benefit of our worldly life as well as the life in the hereafter. So, in a nutshell, what is to be done is subjecting our life to the lofty goal of religion. So basically, human has his or her own life. So this worldly life has to be subjected to this goal of religion in order to gain the benefits that are promised to us, the benefits for this world and also for the hereafter. And this is reflected in, for example, the supplication and the prayer that Muslim used to say, Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana wa fil akhirati hasana wa qina azaban nar. That we ask God to give us good life in this world and good life in the hereafter, and also to be away from the torment of the hell. So I think this is, in essence, even if I we'll continue with some more details. I think this is what is the spirit behind my presentation today. Okay, so then let us look at the meanings. Of course, I would assume that we have heard about the word maqasid, and also, of course, the 5 maqasid. I will mention this. Actually, it is not only 5, but the famous one will be around these 5 areas. So we are going to confine our understanding within this. Now, as I said, by maqasid framework, I simply refer to the 5 maqasid that are popular in the use of, or in the literature and so on. So postgraduate studies, this does not need introduction. Actually, there is, I think there is an error. The word, correct here. So the word should be T there, postgraduate studies. So I think this one, we don't need clarification. Mainly in our context, we are talking about masters and PhD. It could also be other advanced certificate and so on, whatever. All right, so let us look a bit at what we are used to know from this one. Since I have the short time to prepare this, so I have gone through the internet and trying to find some images from Google image and so on, just to help in this education process. And I attribute and also acknowledge what I am using now is coming from the internet for the purpose of, for the educational purpose that we are going to use. Now, the word Sharia, of course, maqasid al-Sharia is a popular phrase that has been used. If you go further and in a more detailed discussion, some would also use other terms. We are going to only look at some of what we have. So the word Sharia, as we all know, it can be used in the narrow sense, it can be used in the broader sense. When it is used in the broader sense, it means Islam as a whole. There is a divine system revealed by Allah to mankind through the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and it was brought through the angel Jibril. But basically, as a system, it is a guidance that God Almighty Allah has provided Muslims and all humans. So this is a system of basically life. And in the context of what was given to the Prophet, the last Prophet, that is the Prophet Muhammad, it is through the Quran and also the Sunnah of the practices of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the system or the religion, or sometimes people call Islamic ideology, so we can have what you call discussion on this, but not in this context, contains this system, this religion contains teachings regarding beliefs, worship, daily affairs, manners, ethics, and all other areas of life. It also it provides this in order to organize our relationship with Him, that is with the giver of the system or of the religion, as well as communication and interaction with human beings. And as you can see here also, the last part, that is to achieve happiness in this life and in the next. Basically, I have already mentioned about this. So this is only part of what we can gather from the explanation used in the website and internet. So here in this context, Sharia means Islam or Islamic system or Islamic religion. Of course, this is based on my understanding. I believe those who have specialized in certain area, particularly in the department of fiqh and also fiqh, will have more detail about this. I mentioned earlier on a number of peculiarities or special characteristics of Islam, but I would like to highlight one important characteristic of Islamic ideology or Islam itself, that is Rabbaniyah. And Rabbaniyah as a characteristic or as a peculiarity of Islam is important because it explains the nature of this religion. There could be other religions that have been there, but they have their own nature. As far as Islam is concerned, of course, it is based on what Allah has given us. It is the ultimate source is Allah. Yeah? So the word Rabbaniyah is from the word Rabb, like Rabbul Alameen, for example, the godliness of objective and goals. So the lofty goal of religion is also divine. It's also Rabbani. It indicates that the ultimate goal of Islam is to attain Allah's love, Allah's pleasure, Allah's consent. So from here, we can directly relate to whatever activities that we do during our postgraduate studies period. Yeah. So we may be, if you want to go to a specific activities of postgraduate studies, they could a normal one would be activities related to learning or gaining knowledge, activities related to assessment, activities related to doing research, activities related to writing for publication, all these things. So we ask ourselves as to why I'm doing this. Am I doing this only for as a normal routine as a postgraduate student? Or yes, we do this to fulfill certain academic requirement, but in addition, we have extra value added to what we are doing. So that's why with that perspective for a Muslim postgraduate student, in addition to doing what is common for or what is expected of a postgraduate student, that is to do things related to learning and assignment and publication and research, behind that, there is a kind of desire and intention to gain God's love, God's pleasure, God's. I think it means most of the time we do all these activities, normal activities for postgraduate, but behind that we are also adding value. So this added value will be is part and parcel of what it means by being religious. So therefore, this realization of the aim of human existence is very much comprehensive in that sense. And maybe the implication can immediately be seen. For example, freedom from slavery to one's own selfishness and desires. There could be occasion, and perhaps this is also normal for human, when they are doing certain thing, they are thinking about themselves. That is quite normal, perhaps. It is also natural for some. That is fitra. But with this kind of consciousness about the ultimate value that we expect out of our educational activities and intellectual activities, and that will redefine the worth of being a postgraduate student, where instead of being selfishness, the postgraduate that is selflessness, that has this kind of selflessness. So this concept and perspective is important because there are times when we are only thinking about ourselves. We are not thinking about something that will give us a reward and value beyond the material and physical benefits that we can gain. So that is why viewing and seeing whatever that we do during our time as a postgraduate student in this light will help to release some of the submission to the lust and also to the desire, human desire that is not quite positive in that sense. So human is created in the same way, but what makes them better or not so good is this is the way that we look at a thing, a realization of the purpose of life. Yeah? So another thing that we can perhaps share here is that regarding maqasid al-sharia, as I already mentioned earlier, sharia was revealed by Allah to the Prophet Muhammad to free mankind from the grip of their own whims and fancy, al-hawa, so that they may submit and surrender to the will and guidance of Allah, as in Surah Al-Dhariyat, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. When I first joined this university in 1984, this verse, chapter 51, verse 56, has become the themes throughout the student what you call this life during that time. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجَنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. I have only created jinn and man that they may serve me. So if that is the case, meaning that the entire life is worship, is worship. Huh? So that is to serve Allah, and therefore it goes without saying that activities that we do during our postgraduate studies, either the typical ones or the other things that we add to this, will have to be what I call is coupled with this kind of spirit behind what we are doing. That is coming from religion. Yeah? So the primary objective of Sharia is providing benefit to people in their affairs of this world and the hereafter, is again repeating the same thing. And then the Quran, one of the verses one. Now here it gives us the grounding for talking about the ultimate objective of religion, that is rahmah. Or rahmah from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was sent to be the rahmah for all mankind. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. So therefore, as long as our endeavor in this world, either in postgraduate related to postgraduate or others, is so long as we view this within this framework, then that should give us some inner conscience about what we are actually as a Muslim, and also perhaps this can also be knowledge for the non-Muslim about the Muslims' way of looking at things. Yeah. Now, this is, I think, more specific. I will not touch on this, the difference between Sharia and fiqh and so on. I think this is also learned. So now, this is what I would like to perhaps reiterate rather, instead of mention to you to know, because I believe everybody knows this. When we say objectives of Sharia or maqasid, should be, I think, should be as here. Of course, this slide I picked from the internet, is to safeguard and protect. But if you look further and read further on this, first, these are the 5 areas, the 5 maqasid that have been mentioned. One is the religion. Here is a safeguard and protect, but it is not only safeguard and protect. Yes, protection of the deen is only one aspect of this, but any effort at improving religious teachings, religious commitment, religious values is also a part of this process, and also perfecting. So protecting religion, improving religious commitment, religious practices, religious values, so that we become more and more perfect. So perfecting. All these are accounted as what they call is as part of the process of making ourselves a maqasid-based person, so that we see things in the light of this. So you then can, on your own, relate what you have learned and also do during your postgraduate studies, whether or not what you are doing contributes to this. So one thing that you do, either it is related to learning or to assignment or to research, to publication, and to other things. Is it done in the spirit of trying to protect religion, improving religion, and perfecting religion? By this, I don't mean that religion is already perfect. It is not that you are going to perfect religion, because Sharia is already perfect. Al-yawma akmaltu lakum dinakum wa atmamtu alaykum ni'mati wa raditu lakum al-islam madina. Religion is already perfect. But what we have to do as the practitioner of that particular religion is in terms of our own commitment. For example, the degree of our, or the quality of our belief and faith, let's say that even the quality, the quantity and the quality of practices of this. So number 1 is religion. Number 2 is nafs, that is al-jasad, and then aqal, and then nasab, and then al-mal. There are different terms that have been used also in this. For example, nasab or nasl, and so on. So in short, this may summarize this. In Arabic, hifzul aqal, for example, hifzul din, hifzul aqal, hifzul mal, hifzul nafs, hifzul nasab. So protection or preservation or if we take from here, preservation of intellect, preservation of faith, preservation of wealth, preservation of life, preservation of the nation. As you can see, when it comes to deliberation, scholars, thinkers, writers, they may use different words, terms to translate the word, let's say hifzul nafs, and so on. Now, this is another way of how this is illustrated through a certain diagram. And as I said, different people may have different way of how this can be presented. Now, having understood the lofty intention of religion, that is to add value to whatever that we do. And in this context, we are talking about postgraduate studies. I only confine to three. One is when we study as a student, and we join any higher learning institution at any level, undergraduate, postgraduate. First of all, we would like to, of course, gain knowledge, particularly knowledge of the subject matter and the area that we are joining, the faculty that we are joining, or the department that we join. For example, in sociology, there is a standard or typical scope of sociological knowledge taught to the student. So we gain knowledge through that. At the same time, of course, we have a lot of skills that we have to also gain and learn and nurture, because some of the skills we already have, particularly when we were at the undergraduate level. Example, research skill at master's level and PhD level. Some of the skills we have learned when we took undergraduate courses earlier. Yeah? So we know research methodology, and some of this research methodology 1, research methodology 2, and so on. So the skills that, there are many other skills that we have to learn. And communication skill is another example in this. But if we only understand that being a student in an institution is only for gaining knowledge, particularly professional knowledge, the knowledge that will enable us to get job, enable us to find or employment for ourselves. And normally with the knowledge, with the skill, we do have this. But another side that should also be part and parcel of the holistic knowledge and education and learning is values. Values. So here, when we want to relate, for example, to postgraduate studies, there are many types of values, yeah? But you can list down, of course, in general sense, we can say good values or bad values by nature as a human being, they are known. So sometimes it is not a question of not knowing the good values and the not so good values, or the bad values, the negative one. But the question is always whether we observe it or not, we practice it or not. Yeah? For example, I used to ask my students, undergraduate students particularly, in the first lecture that I conduct, the first thing that I asked my students was, okay, list down or give me a list of things which are positive, positive attributes, positive qualities, positive acts, and so on. So that I will write on the right hand side of the whiteboard. So they will mention all things, and I wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. And then I ask, what are the things that you consider negative or not good? And I wrote it on the left side of the whiteboard. So when you have these two signs, you can see already that what comes from students, they are all correct. Meaning that as far as values are concerned, we know what is good and what is bad. Basically, of course, we have to learn more in order to know more. Now, so the question is not, the issue is not that we don't know what is good and what is bad. But the question is whether we do it. For example, being punctual. Being punctual is good. It's good. But are we punctual to class, for example, to all these things? So therefore, some of these are not that we don't have knowledge. We have knowledge of that, but we have not practiced that knowledge. So then what makes us to be better, to improve, to perfect? Then I think here is where we can apply these maqasid things. This is, let's say this one is related to al-aql. That is related to education, to knowledge, to intellect. And then are we having at the level, or are we having this at the level of only protecting or improving or perfecting? Meaning that if all this while, let's say if the good value is to submit assignment on time, but not good value is to delay it. So if we are used to do something that is not so good, that is always to delay the submission. Now, with this understanding, that should trigger us to improve or even to perfect it. So maybe the student or the lecturer give you assignment, and with the deadline, then instead of submitting on the day that on the deadline, you may submit it 1 or 2 days earlier, or even for some students I have seen also, today I give, even though I give 1 week, but 2 or 3 days he or she would submit already. So this is the good thing that I could observe based on my experience teaching or observing the students, what you call this, behaviors in the class with regard to all these things. So of course, this one we don't have to talk about what does it mean by this. Now, students' experience. So now we are talking about student experience, particularly at the undergraduate or postgraduate level. And these are some of the things that might be, some of this I am not very sure in terms of what is the context in which this keyword is used, but I will pick up one or two of this. For example, the transition from higher education to work. Let us take that as an example. That is this one. So postgraduate studies enables us to equip ourselves before we go out to work. Now, of course, based on our specialization, we would expect that the work that we are going to get, hopefully, is in the area that we are doing it. But that nowadays particularly is not a guarantee. It may end up, or you may end up with having something that is unrelated to your study or to your area of study. So in this context, then this experience of being able to maneuver within the circumstances that would develop or emerge during our time will give us a kind of what you call this circumstances which make us more creative, which make us more imaginative. Because if we know that based on the experience of our previous batches, for example, yes, they might have taken the same area of study, they might have taken the same courses, but given the situation that is beyond our control, the job opportunities out there are not that favoring our area, and therefore they ended up with having jobs which are not that related to our area. Now, but some of these students, they don't think about work attached to their area, but they explore other things because they know if that happened to their previous peers, it might happen to them, meaning that you may take certain area of study and expecting that you will work in that area of study, but the situation tells us that this is now not quite possible. Therefore, you may be thinking about having other job. So here, therefore, postgraduate studies is not only meant for having a standard thinking about connecting what we gain and score during our time to the work that is expected. Ideally, yes. Ideally, yes. If you are a psychology student, you should hopefully be able to get work that is related to psychology, to counseling, and other things. But this is not necessarily so, particularly in the time that is not quite predictable. So whatever that happens, then what should be also kept in mind is whether your experience now and later in the workplace enable you to see the connection between the 5 maqasid. So are you able to, let's say, protect religion? For example, some people, since they have to get salary anyway, but because of the non-availability of the work out there, and we have heard a lot also, people ended up with something that is not that good in order to simply get money. And by doing that, you sacrifice your own religious expectation. So things like this will have to always be in our mindset. So always ask ourselves, am I doing right? Something like this, yeah. And of course, you can also talk about the experience of different students group and so on. Now, most of the time, as we could see, people talk about career development, career progression, and so on. But yeah, I think this is another way of explaining what postgraduate studies means. I think here is just to compare what are the advantages and disadvantages of doing masters or postgraduate studies. You can see here the contrast. Of course, when you continue your study, of course, it involves cost, workload, and you have less free time. But at the same time, you are gaining more in terms of equipping yourself for future career progression, personal development, and so on. Some say that without without attending postgraduate studies or whatever, then you have less stress. But sometimes stress is not correlated with your engagement or educational engagement. It can be in many. I mean, it can be due to different factors as well. Yeah. So if with all these things, you could see that by having or by keeping that in mind, that there are 5 things that you have to always be concerned with, number 1. And for these 5 things, are we at the level of only protecting these 5 or improving them or perfecting them? And this may be at the level of individual, at the level of our own family, nation, ummah, and also the world at large. And here we talk about civilization and construction. So as we all know, the higher objective of this is can be described in one word, that is maslahah. There is maslahah, the benefit that we can gain at the level of individual, family, nation, and so on. In fact, if we can think this way, so anything that is good that can contribute to the betterment of our own individual, family, and nation, and ummah, it is within this general framework. Even if we are not very sure about the specific, let's say, ruling on this, we are not very sure, but we know what we do is away from what is prohibited in religion. I think that was the spirit behind the discussion of this. Yeah. So I would like to end this session firstly by reminding ourselves about the purpose of life. Earlier on, I mentioned about one verse of the Quran, Surah Az-Zariyat, verse 56. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. Allah has created us in order to worship Him. So therefore, the entire life will have to be subjected to that, so that we hope to be able to gain divine consent and divine pleasure with what we do, either as a postgraduate student or whatever. Yeah. Now, with regard to purpose of life, this is very, very important, because sometimes if we don't have certain guiding source to guide you in knowing what is the purpose of life, you may end up with purposeless in your life. You don't have purpose. When you don't have purpose in life, then life becomes so chaotic and dull, and you have, it's a vacuum. It's vacuum. Some of those who do not have clear source of reference to define what is the purpose of life may speculate, may philosophize in order to develop or formulate a certain kind of purpose for them. I remember when they were not able to come up to this, then there was a saying that that the purpose of life is life with purpose. And the purpose of life is life with purpose. But again, the question is, what is that purpose? So I think Islam clearly defines this in the Quran, as I mentioned earlier. So I think the entire life is none other than to realize this purpose, either, at every opportunity and time and place. And it so happened that we are talking about the place, or the context is postgraduate studies. By all means, that try to reflect this realization in your postgraduate studies level. And I already mentioned about the divine system to guide in this realization of the purpose, and maqasid, or talking about maqasid is one way of looking at it. There are many ways actually how this can be explained, and perhaps for this opportunity, I have opted to present to you this kind of thing in this way. So I think that is all for my presentation, and I would love to learn more from you in order to improve my understanding and perfect my understanding. I'm not going to protect my understanding if I know that my understanding is not that correct. So if there is another one that is better and also that is closer to truth, closer to the intention of Sharia, and that will be also my what I desire to have. So I would love to have some interaction with you. Don't only think about having to ask me, but you can also give your opinions and views so that all of us will together improve and also perfect our understanding about this topic. So I think, brother, that is all that I would like to say. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum assalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, dear Dr. Hazizan, for sharing your valuable insights on treating postgraduate students within the Maqasid framework. Your speech has been insightful, informative, and thought-provoking. We are truly grateful for your presence here today. As we all know, seeking knowledge is a lifetime journey, and it is vital to learn with an open mind and an open heart. To remind us of this, I would like to share a quote from Imam Ali. May Allah be blessed with him. He said, like, learn in youth and you will be wise in old age. So this is the time we can learn from our teachers, from ourselves even. So don't miss this opportunity. So we are going to open the Q&A session so that you can interact directly to the prof and get the insight. I mean, share the insight what you have, and maybe you will get some feedback from the prof. So before opening the Q&A session, I would just like to remind one of our event, which is going to take place on Friday, the coming Friday, for the new students of IAUM. And this is as because due to still the COVID effect is going on. That's why we gathered virtually here. So for that reason, the CPS, we decided, like, for our new students, we need to have some physical activities. So if we have some physical activities, it will help us to make the good relationship among ourselves. Maybe we can get chance to meet our friends physically. So it's better. Always physical is better than virtual, I believe. So you also believe this thing. So the main announcement for this, the Friday, we have this physical outing program, which is organized by the CPS, Center for Postgraduate Studies, IAUM, the Gombak campus. In this Friday outing program, our plan is to depart from the IAM Gombak campus in front of the rector building. So we will go few places in the Kuala Lumpur. So then we will go to one of our campus. We'll go there to visit the ISTAC campus, IAM ISTAC campus. It's one of the very beautiful campus. You will be surprised to see. And few other places too, and then we'll have our lunch, and after prayer then we'll come back. The transportation will be provided by the CPS. So if you guys really want to join over there, so please, we're gonna, already the announcement is already made. We're gonna share the posters and the link, the registration link, in the comment box. Do register by yourself, but remember, if you are really sure about it, you want to make it happen, like on Friday you are free and you can join with us from morning to evening, then only register yourself. If you feel like if you have something, you have some other commitments, please don't do this, because the seats are only 50. It's a very limited seat, so we can accommodate only 50 students. So if you don't want to go, so don't waste the opportunity to someone can, otherwise someone can register and we can pick them. So I think you already got about it. If you still have any questions regarding this or any confusions, so feel free to write it on the chat box. So our the officers, our advisors is here. He will inshallah answer this question, and even me, I can answer you, happily answer you that. So now I would like to open the Q&A session. What I mentioned earlier, Q&A session is the most interactive session because Professor, he gave this one of the very insightful sharing. He already present his presentations. It's not about the presentation, it's all about the sharing. So I believe everyone got the idea what is Maqasid al-Sharia. This is very important. This is very basic thing. We really need to know about it, as because this is IIUM is a knowledge, this is garden of knowledge and virtue. You will get some knowledge which is related to the Islamic perspectives. Even if you are engineer, even if you are MBA graduate, always the IIUM teachers, they try to relate those studies in the Islamic perspective. So this is the opportunity. We have our expert here. So if you have any questions, just write down on the chat box or unmute yourself, and maybe you can ask directly also, because all are muted. But if you really want to, just raise your hand. We'll recognize, then we'll just maybe give you the opportunity. Okay, okay, I got one, not question. Salam, I got to know, same goes to me. I did not receive that. Okay, this is something else. So, okay, doctor, I already got few questions. So while our participants is asking, maybe this question is also from the participant. They shared with me on the, the personally, not everyone. So the first question, how can the Maqasid framework help postgraduate students to achieve their academic goals effectively? Doctor, we can't hear you. Did you get my questions?
Can you repeat again? How can what?
Yeah, how can the Maqasid framework help postgraduate students to achieve their academic goals effectively?
Okay. Now, of course, this question is general and broad, and I said there are many ways that you can approach this. Number one, we must know that there are two things that we have to consider. Number one is human effort at doing things. And number two is Allah's, what I call this, help to make us, to make things happen to us. We might be struggling to do this, to do that, but if somehow Allah may not allow that to happen for something that might be better to us, that might be true. But generally speaking, the sunnah of Allah is that man jadda wajada. That is, if you struggle, if you put your effort, you will get it. Because laws, the laws of nature work that way, that these laws of nature have been created by God that way. So don't say that, okay, if I, even if I strive, I will not get it for something like this. Now, but what the Sharia, the Maqasid framework is meant basically to equip ourselves with certain value behind what we are doing. Now, the standard effort that, I mean, this is from my own perspective, the standard effort in studying and doing things and struggling and putting effort in what we do, like study, will certainly give some impact on this as far as what I call it standard nature of human effort is concerned. Meaning that if you put more effort, you will get more. And that's why in this context, Allah is not only Rahman, it is also Rahim. That we get a benefit from the abundant what I call this things that they have given us. Now, but Maqasid is to place us within religious consciousness about what we are doing. I think that is very, very important, meaning that maybe all this while we have been doing, let's say, routines. We have been doing what is expected of us as postgraduate students. The same thing that we do and other students do in order to meet their expectation and also to have what we want to have. But maqasid ash-syariah, while that becomes part and parcel of what we strive for, but it gives us extra additional inner motivation and also value for doing that particular thing. Assignment, for example. Maybe someone, based on certain way of looking at things, will look at assignment or task given by lecturer as a burden, or as a pure academic assignment. But if you look at the philosophy of the university even, you will notice that one statement mentioned about how we treat what we do as part of ibadah, part of worship. So that kind of thing. So lecturer, student may do different activities. Lecturer teach, student teach, student learn, student do assignment, student discuss, student engage with discussion and so on. But is there any kind of consciousness about doing this in the spirit of religion? That is the question. So meaning that it is almost like doing business as usual, but with inner consciousness about the religious value behind what we are doing, right? So if that is the case, then excellence, if you want to define and interpret it or conceptualize it as being excellent in the material sense of the word, you may be getting higher grade, fine. But in addition to that higher grade because of your effort, but with that additional thing that there is religious consciousness behind what you are doing, that is you do this as part of ibadah, will also give added value to your excellence. So excellence in both sense, in the material sense as well as in the spiritual religious sense. I think that will redefine the concept of success. Success is not only to be seen in the form of 3.6, 3.5, 3.8, things like that. You may be getting lower, let's say if you have strive. Of course, if you have, there are also those who have scored, let's say 3.8, but he or she is also excellent in terms of having that inner consciousness. But that inner consciousness is only we know that. This is not something that is measurable. Something measurable. There is no, or 3.6 in terms of your intention. No. What is measurable is only on the basis of what you strive for. So if you get that. But what I'm trying to say here is that it does not mean that those who scored, let's say 3 or 2.8, is equally 3 or 2.8 in terms of that religious consciousness behind the struggle or behind the effort that he has put. I think we must see this. That is the way I see it. That the two sides of our same effort, the normal, natural, physical, material side, and also the spiritual, religious, moral side of the same act. I think that is my response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear doctor. I think our participants already got the answer. It was very detailed, and comprehensive. Thank you very much once again, doctor. So I would like to request all of you, please, if you have any questions, to our doctor. Just yeah, please write down it. Okay. Okay, all of our participants, she's Priscilla Obas. So I am a non-Muslim from Nigeria. Even though some of the terms used are strange to me or not well understand, but the teaching is interesting and I'm willing to learn more. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's why I keep in mind that I would assume there are also non-Muslim students. But I think we don't have to worry about not knowing in detail this. Of course, there are always room for knowing more about this. But the basic idea behind Maqasid is the lofty objective of religion that we have to keep in mind when we do anything that we do in our life. For example, in the postgraduate, there are specific activities for postgraduate, and then they are done in the consciousness that this is not only for the purpose of achieving success or so on, but from the Islamic points of view, if you do something that is intended for achieving for aiming at the consent of God, then you are spiritually rewarded. So I think this is a Islamic perspective of success, Islamic perspective of doing an act. The act might be the same. For example, all human eat. We eat. Muslim eat, non-Muslim eat, Chinese eat, Malay eat, Indian eat, and so on. Everybody eat. But for a Muslim with Islamic religion, there are certain things, for example, that are attached to the act of eating. For example, before they eat, they will recite Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. That is in the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Why they read that? Because that is how religion teaches us to remind us, even in the act of eating, we remember God. So I think that is maybe a simple example that I can give. If this applies to the normal act that we do, like eating or sleeping, even as act of worship, what more if we are engaged with learning? Because in Islam, learning is compulsory. Faridah. Faridatun ala kulli muslim wal muslimah. That is, learning is compulsory upon a Muslim and non-Muslim. Sorry, a Muslim man and Muslim female. So that these are the teachings that will add value and spiritual consciousness to whatever that we do. Either what we do is the normal activities or educational activities. I think that is what I want to clarify on that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, dear doctor. Okay. So I got another questions. Okay, so from here I got direct message asking, Assalamu alaikum, doctor. May I know, is there any degree of priorities between all the maqasids?
Yeah, I think this is already detailed. Even the ranking of this, which one comes first. For example, if you go to the 5 even, there have been what they call this ways of how they rank, and depending on how you look at things, let's say religion, for example, religion will have to come first because that is what is seen to be what you call all-embracing concept that cover also other things, and that is why I think if we want to reflect the hierarchy of importance, for example, it is already in the detailed teaching of Maqasid. For example, if we talk about religion, of course, I'm not here to teach you like what you may learn from fiqh and usul fiqh, but just to give you a kind of sense. People, what you call it, further deliberation on the concept of protection and improvement and perfection of religious is in the area of prioritizing the need. For example, terms like daruriyat, hajiyat, and tahsiniyat. These already are what we call the basic needs, and then the necessity and the embellishment, the three things. So certainly in whatever that we do, because of the scale or because of the limited resources that we have, there must be ranking, there must be auto prioritization in doing things. And I think Dr. Al-Marhum Qardawi has discussed this a lot in terms of the hierarchy, which one should come first and so on. So yes, even if you look at the discussion of, let's say, Hifzuddin, and they have further divided into what should be given first priority, what should be given less priority, and so on. I think this should also inspire us when we organize our day-to-day life. Sometimes when we don't really have sufficient financial support, we need to also organize in the light of this priority. Don't take a scholarship and buy the best handphone first before you can pay the fees and so on. Something like this. I think, but the problem with us is sometimes we number one, maybe we don't think about prioritizing all these things. And I don't know. I mean, the one that I mentioned is not mentioned by me. Many people have talked about this. Some students, they say they don't have money, but looking at their handphone, then I think the handphone is better than what the lecturer has. So it is not by purpose, but sometimes they put embellishment that is tahsiniyat more than the daruriyat. I mean, more than the basic. So I hope I don't hurt you when I mention this, because I'm just trying to say something that will reflect the importance of prioritization, and also this should be applied in even our day-to-day life. Wallahu alam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear doctor. I think let me take on more questions. So I got one question from Jannatul Firdaus Tushti. She sent me the questions. So what are some challenges that postgraduate students may face when incorporating the Maqasid framework into their studies?
I think if you do not want to be too complicated in this, I think it's very simple. Maqasid is only the thing that came later. It was not even in the earlier part of the development of Islamic religion earlier. The Maqasid is there, but I mean, the systematization and the coinage of the terms came later. We talk about Juwaini, we talk about Shafi'i, we talk about Al-Ghazali in particular when we talk about these 5 things. So it was there. But if we take the essence of religion, it's, I think, very simple. If you can look at the basic structure of religion, what is expected of us to look at it. Yeah. As long as we can make sure that in our life we are observing religion in terms of the 6 pillars of Iman, the 5 pillars of Islam, and then the state of being excellent in doing the 5 pillars of Islam, as well as the activities, other activities in life. Now, actually, these 3 broad categories of or components of Islamic teaching that have been grounded in a hadith, if we can take this as the basic structure, And when we expand and expand and expand, then that will cover each and everything that we do. So if we are so difficult to remember the connection between the sophisticated maqasid discussion, then what is most important is to just make sure that we do what we are supposed to do as far as the program expectation is concerned, number one, but we do it in based on the sincere intention, that is just to seek the pleasure of Allah. As I said, you do it very hard, and then you gain the material hasana in this world, but at the same time you gain the spiritual reward in the hereafter, because you do this not only for specific professional requirements, but based on also spiritual religious consciousness. I think that is, just do it what is good with that intention. I think that will cover what we have discussed in a more complex way about maqasid. So in other words, don't worry about the term, but worry about the spirit of being Muslim in the real sense of the word. Yeah, because the terms are meant for academic thing to explain the connection, but that's why in one of the sessions that I conducted in Kuantan for the medical students and the dentistry and so on, I said to them very simple. As a Muslim, first, of course, we have no issue about, or no question about believing in God. That should be the first. Now it follows from that belief that we perform what is expected due to that belief. That is to pray 5 times a day, for example, and to do fasting and so on. In addition, we extend this in daily life according to what we do normally, but we do this. What make it different is because we do it in the spirit of religion. We stay. What I call is we play with people. We eat. I mean, the normal life activities are treated not as a normal activities, but the normal activities with spiritual consciousness, meant for gaining Allah's pleasure. And that is why maybe I want to relate to what took place in history, or even now, if the spirit is now. If you are doing something because of religion, because of Allah, even if you are wrong, like in the case of ijtihad. Ijtihad is guided intellectual utilization, or guided utilization of intellectual capacity in trying to reach to the best conclusion about certain thing based on religious principles and teachings. Now, so earlier mujtahidun, those who have exercised ijtihad, there could be rules or rulings or opinions which might not be in line with what is there in the real, the real, what you call it, the intention of the lawgiver, that is Allah. Yeah, but if what you give is wrong, quote unquote wrong, it is not wrong because of what? So if your ijtihad is right, you get 2 rewards. If your ijtihad is wrong, you get 1 reward. You see, there is no tradition in the world that reward people because of mistake. Why? Because this mistake is done on the ground of trying to understand things based on religious principle. Unless right from the very beginning, we don't consider religion at all, and that is that is wrong. Yeah. So I think just do what we normally do and act that with that spiritual consciousness for whatever act that we do. Allah Alam. So the challenger, I think you asked me about the challenges. So let's, yeah,
challenges.
I mean, challenges are many, of course. That's why I do not want to talk about challenges. But I think as long as we can do it in this simpler way, then all other challenges might be dealt with accordingly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, dear doctor. So I think with that one, we just ended the Q&A session. We have still 2 more sessions. It's very small. One is photography, another is the conclusions. So thank you very much once again, doctor, for your insightful sharing. So hopefully our participants got to know so many things. Hopefully they will relate this Maqasid al-Sharia, not only their studies, but also their life also, because it's all about the life, because it's all about the guidance. And hopefully we can get the guidance from it. And as we have the expertise with us, if you face any problem later on also, feel free to contact our honorable doctor. He is always free for us, and he will just give the support best the possible ways he can. So,
can you allow me just want to say one sentence for closing remark? I always end my presentation by asking forgiveness for any shortcomings. And if you find any mistake in my presentation, by all means, please communicate to me, because I think our desire is only want to see truth. If what I say is not that true, and just come and see me and we discuss, I certainly will be open to accept whatever is truer compared to what I currently believe. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And the same goes to us for also, doctor, because we are really apologize for any shortcomings we have, even from you also, and obviously for the participants. I think this is all about the technical things. This online event, if it would be the physical one, maybe we could do something in a better ways. As because it is online, please forgive the any shortcomings we have. Okay, let's go to the our photography session. So in this photography session, we will just take the screenshot of all of you, because from morning to till now, so we have almost more than 100 participants. It was like 150 in the morning. Now it's like more than 100. So what we can do, just open your camera. We will take the screenshot of the photo. Then after that, we will go for the the closing remarks. Please just open your camera. If possible, open all of your camera. We just need to see your beautiful smiley faces, and obviously with the smile. Just open your camera and just keep the smile with you. I don't see any camera is opening till now. Am I audible or? Oh, video is disabled. Okay. Can you just make it normal for, I'm just asking our technical team. Can you allow all of us to open it? Let me check. Yeah, I think now we can open. Please open your camera. Oh, your camera is disabled by the host. You can try again. You can try again. Now I think everyone can. I'm seeing. I started to see the faces. Yes, can. Good, very good. MashaAllah, so many of us. I can recognize few beautiful smiley faces. MashaAllah. Okay. Can I request our technical team to take the pictures? And I'm also trying. Please Open your camera if possible. If cannot, it's okay. We can just accept that one also. But if possible, just open your camera. We'll just take the screenshot on it and we'll keep it as a memory. The first day of Taruf week, and this is the study, the new journey you started from today with the IAUM, the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue. So let's have one pictures. Okay, we have like 4 pages. Maybe you need to keep on minutes like this. Okay, mashallah, we can see. Just 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute more. Okay, just few more minutes, maybe just not minutes, seconds. Okay, I think the last page, this one. Okay, this is the last page. Okay, thank you very much for all of you. If just possible, maybe you can, close your camera. So it's time to wrap up the event as we come to the end of today's, the first day of Taruf's program. I would like to leave you with this famous quote. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And it is narrated by Nelson Mandela. Once he said this. And the beautiful thing about learning is that no one can take it away from you. So let us all continue to pursue knowledge and education, not only for personal growth and development, but also to make a positive impact on the world around us. Remember, learning is a lifelong journey, and the more we know, the more we can contribute to society and create a better future for ourselves and generation to come. Thank you for joining us today. As you see, we already shared the link for the attendance, and we shared the link for the Friday outing program also. And I believe those who are interested, they already registered themselves. If you don't do this, I mean, if you still didn't do that, please do it so as early as possible. Okay, and before we finally conclude, I would like to remind you that the tomorrow's event will start at sharp 9 a.m. what we started today event. So please be punctual and join the event 5 minutes before it starts. And thank you all for your attention, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring postgraduate journey ahead in International Islamic University in Malaysia. And once again, welcome to this the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue. Really, you will take the best decision on your life. You will get some very good experience on your coming days, and looking forward to meeting all of you on the coming Friday events. So inshallah, I will be there. Our PGSS team will be there. The CPS representative will be there. Our honorable the advisor will be there, inshallah, to see you all. And signing off today, and see you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.